Chapter 548. Facing the persuasion of the surrounding people, Ma Zun's expression was ashen as he resolutely rejected. No, my Ma tribe only has brave warriors who die in battle, not cowards who run away. I am one of Ma tribe's banners. If I run away, it will be a huge blow to the army's morale. I can't leave, we haven't lost yet, I still have the Pegasus group. Saying so, he willed, and for a moment, the Pegasus flew up like a white cloud. The incomparably handsome Pegasus had snow-white fur, their manes fluttering in the wind and their pure white wings spread out. These Pegasus were the pride of Ma tribe. Seeing these Pegasus, a sense of heroism rose in the hearts of the Ma tribe clansmen, their panicked emotions quickly calmed down. That's right, we still have Pegasus. Ah! Ma Ingjie had just said half of his words when he screamed in fear. Fang Yuan flew over like a meteor without any intention of dodging, fiercely crashing into the Pegasus group. Pegasus with rank 4 battle strength exploded into flowers of blood. The Pegasus group let out panicked and sorrowful neighs, their pure white feathers were trampled on and their feathers fell along with the horse corpses, drifting helplessly in the air. He was invincible, unstoppable. Fang Yuan was unreasonable, he pierced through the Pegasus group and arrived above Ma Zun and the rest. Ma Zun was stupefied. The GU masters around him looked at Fang Yuan with their mouths wide open, their hearts filled with extreme shock, helplessness and panic. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure was deeply engraved in their hearts, never to be erased. No, I haven't lost yet. Ma Zun lost his composure and shouted. He was about to activate his killer move but was stopped by Ma Ingjie. Uncle, let me do it. Once this killer move is activated, your realm will fall. Ma tribe can do without me, Ma Ingjie, but it cannot do without you, uncle. Ma Ingjie shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Hero. Ma Zuanxiong's body trembled. He looked at the disciple he admired the most and was most pleased with. He could feel his determination to die. Ma Zun, of course, did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. However, just as Ma Ingjie had said, the Ma family could do without Ma Ingjie, but they needed Ma Zun to command the horses. Now that the eagle group had collapsed, the rat group could not be counted on. If they lost the horse group as well, the Ma family would definitely lose. Besides, I might not necessarily die. Uncle, leave quickly. After Ma Ingjie finished speaking, he calmed down and frantically mobilized his Primeval essence, pouring it into several GU worms. Killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that Snowy Mountain's demonic path GU Immortal Xuesongzi had specially prepared for them. Neigh neigh neigh, the horses around him raised their front hooves and neighed crazily. Large amounts of blood and sweat oozed out of their bodies. Soon, they fell down one by one, losing their lives. But at the same time, colorful horse souls that were as beautiful as rainbows emerged from the corpses. A mutated horse soul. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Normal souls could not be observed by the naked eye. And these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their heads, and their sizes varied, similar to when they were alive. Moreover, they shone with colorful light, only a blind person could not see them. The dragon horse floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan at a rapid speed. Fang Yuan flew far away, pulling apart the distance while probing his attacks. These horse souls were quite troublesome. Because they were souls, ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against them. At the same time, once they self-detonate, each of them would have the power of the shark fin wolf soul explosion. Although Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful, it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-detonate at the same time, he would not be able to withstand it. After all, he was only a 1,000-man soul. But why should I fight them head-on? Fang Yuan sneered and slowly landed on the ground. He was not a pure strength path GU master, he also had enslavement path methods. At the next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolf group beside him. The wolf howled and the wolf group's battle strength increased by several times. The wolf group was like hungry sharks, charging towards Ma Ingjie and Ma Zun. Damn it! Ma Ingjie immediately experienced Fang Yuan's treachery and shamelessness. In order to activate the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit, he sacrificed most of the horses around him and formed mutated horse souls. But Fang Yuan did not fight the horse souls head-on, and directly sent the wolf group to their deaths. The wolf group used their lives to exhaust the horse soul's strength. The mutated horse souls' bodies dimmed in order to resist the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dissipated, some self-detonated. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp decrease in the number of horse souls. Fang Yuan displayed the essence of enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path GU masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, expending the prime val essence in the aperture, or perishing together with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie was helpless against Fang Yuan. The mutated horse souls were strong and slaughtered large numbers of wolves in a short time, but they were no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. "Uncle, leave quickly. You are Ma tribe's hope, leave quickly." Ma Yingjie screamed, urging Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's face was covered in tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger, and hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth until they almost broke, and moved his body with difficulty. Driven by reason, he led a group of horses away from Ma Yingjie and retreated towards Ma tribe army. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's traces. Ma Zun was an enslavement pathmaster, 100 times more important than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky, abandoning Ma Yingjie and chasing after Ma Zun. "Wolf King, don't leave." Ma Yingjie was anxious, and quickly urged the horse souls to soar into the sky to stop him. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, his body drawing an exquisite arc in the sky, leaving all the horse souls behind. He was a flying master, and these mutated horse souls were merely Ma Yingjie's puppets. Seeing the death god Fang Yuan chasing after them, the GU master guards beside Ma Zun were scared out of their wits. Helpless, Ma Zun also activated his killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his command, the mutated horse souls formed a defensive line, cooperating with each other, and were much more threatening than Ma Yingjie. Even if Fang Yuan had the attainments of a flying master, it would be hard for him to break through. Roar. At this time, a dragon roar resounded. A huge shadow shrouded Fang Yuan. The three-clawed golden-horned giant dragon, once again attacking Fang Yuan's back. Cheng Long was defeated by Fang Yuan in one hit, and was thrown into confusion. After climbing out of the pit with much difficulty, he was attacked by several people. Cheng Long and Fagin used all their strength to disperse these obstructions, and under the urge of anger and vengeance, they charged forward. "You actually came looking for death." Fang Yuan sneered, looking at the flashing indestructible dragon claws grabbing at him, unmoved. The eagle wings on his back flapped, and he brushed past the dragon claws. Using the exquisite flying technique, he played the giant dragon in circles. "Not good, I am not the Wolf King's match in the air." When Cheng Long realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Fang Yuan grasped the floor, and flew to the dragon's head. The two giant brass arms on his side were like war spears and sharp swords, fiercely smashing into the giant dragon's two dragon eyes. The next moment, the dragon's eyes shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant dragon instantly went mad, the intense pain causing him to let out a miserable roar. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his whole body was covered in scarlet blood, and his two arms went deep into the eye sockets, straight for the brain. The other two arms were like heavy hammers, fiercely smashing down. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan used the dragon's head as a war drum, beating it continuously. The giant dragon fell from the sky, and frantically struggled on the ground, like a golden snake, twisting its body into a fried dough twist. Mud and stones tumbled, both man and beast were sent flying by the dragon's tail. Fang Yuan's beating did not stop at all. After 20 to 30 times, he finally got his wish, and completely smashed the giant dragon's head. White brain matter and blood sprayed all over his body. He took a deep breath. The thick smell of blood made him feel satisfied. Especially the giant dragon's corpse under his feet, it silently bore witness to his conquest. Men, no matter which world they live in, they all live to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Although dead, the transformed dragon body still remained, showing Cheng Long's profound attainment in the transformation path. His head is quite hard, but he is an impulsive fool. Fang Yuan evaluated indifferently, and once again looked at Ma Zun. He even killed Cheng Long. Is this still the Wolf King? Isn't he an enslavement master? The scene of Fang Yuan stepping on the dragon's corpse shocked many people. Most people simply could not believe their eyes. How could the Wolf King turn around, and turn from an enslavement master into a fierce warrior that dominated the battlefield? At the same time, the wolf pack howled, and clashed left and right. Wave after wave of continuous charge, showing Fang Yuan's superb beast-taming skills. Ma Zun's face was pale, his primeval essence was gradually drying up, and he struggled to maintain the killing move dragon horse spirit. The mutated horse souls formed a military formation, forming a tight defensive line. The wolf pack charged forward wave after wave, and then died. Fang Yuan was unmoved by these sacrifices, and only sneered in his heart. Now, I will let you see the true power of enslavement and strength dual cultivation. With a thought, the wolf pack's attack suddenly changed, and divided into several groups. Like a sharp cone breaking through, the mutated horse souls formation was inevitably pulled apart. Seeing the defensive line thinning, Fang Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Zun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the mutated horse souls to intercept. Like this, the defensive line became chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed, and changed the direction of his assault. At the same time, he urged the wolf pack to attack, approaching 300 steps. Ma Zun blocked left and right, and soon could not hold on. If he defended against Fang Yuan's assault, he would not be able to let go of the wolf pack. If he defended against the wolf pack, he would not be able to take care of Fang Yuan. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan found an opening, and fiercely charged in front of Ma Zun. The first punch broke through his defense, the second punch heavily injured him, and he lost the ability to escape, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement master. Ma Zun was dead. The horse group collapsed, and the Ma family army's morale was extremely low. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I definitely would not believe this. The Horse King was actually killed by the Wolf King, who is also an enslavement master, using a decapitation tactic. Chapter 549. The terrifying strength that Fang Yuan displayed made the entire Ma tribe army feel an immense pressure. Despair spread rapidly in their heart. We can only rely on Rat King now, only the rat group can resist the wolf group. Ma Shongfeng's face was ashen. Ma Zun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But as Ma tribe leader, he had no other choice, he could only turn his gaze towards Jiang Bao Ya. However, at the next moment, the last bit of hope in Ma Shongfeng's eyes vanished. Rat King actually ran away. Oh heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Cheng Long, Cheng Hu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. If I don't run away, how can I still be alive? Jiang Bao Ya ran while bleeding from his 7 apertures. He had no choice, he had sworn a poison oath and submitted to Ma tribe army. Now that he fled, he would naturally suffer the backlash of the poison oath. But even if he had to risk the backlash, Jiang Bao Ya had to retreat. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had completely crushed his remaining fighting spirit. Rat King, quickly come back. Ma Shongfeng shouted. But Jiang Bao Ya kept on running, ignoring him. Blood spurted from his 7 apertures, splattering along the way, showing his unparalleled determination. His escape brought the people around him along with him. Soon, large numbers of Ma tribe Jiu masters started to retreat, and large numbers of tribes retreated from the battlefield. Outsiders are really unreliable. Ma Shongfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision turning black as he fainted on the spot. Ma tribe's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Even with the Snowman elite troops, they could not turn the tide. Jiu master experts also retreated one after another. I almost broke the seal and used my true body to fight. Lucky. In the battlefield, He Lulan, who had been besieged all along, was gasping for breath. He was riddled with injuries and his primeval essence was being consumed intensely, but the fierce light in his eyes was becoming sharper. Under his command, He tribe army started a merciless chase. The more people they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. This was a logic that even fools understood. Fame and fortune had stimulated He tribe like a ruthless, hungry wolf. At first, there were elite troops from all directions, but soon, He tribe's elite troops returned and restrained the enemy's elite troops. The Ma family's army was finally defeated. Countless people fled in all directions. Fang Yuan did not move. Instead, he pulled the wolves around him to protect him. My internal organs are bleeding, and my soul has been weakened to the level of a 500-man soul. Fang Yuan examined his body and secretly swallowed the blood in his mouth. Waves of dizziness kept attacking him. The two brass arms quietly disappeared. The aftereffects of this killer move four-arm Earth King were more severe than he had imagined. The previous few experiments were all superficial. This time, he pushed it to the limit, even exceeding the theoretical time limit. Then, he discovered a problem. As expected, true knowledge comes from practice. Killer moves were the perfect combination of GU worms. But it was not a killer move that could be perfected just by thinking of it. Only through continuous practice and adjustments could a perfect killer move be formed. And this process of perfection might take a very long time, several generations, or even more than a dozen generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. The four-armed Earth King was the result of Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience from his previous life, as well as a little inspiration. It was done hurriedly, and was an experiment. Fang Yuan soon understood where the severe aftereffects came from. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord GU. This killer move was originally based on fighting on the ground. The longer one stays on the ground, the smaller the aftereffects. But in this battle, almost all of it was flying. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems that this four-armed Earth King killer move still has many flaws. From today's battle, flying is much more convenient than charging Crash GU, and also poses a greater threat to the enemy. Since I have master-level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this advantage. He was not willing to give up on flying. In this case, the four-armed Earth King killer move would need to undergo a huge revision. Fang Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor's back, quietly thinking as he watched the He tribe army's reckless pursuit. Damn it, they are really vigilant, not giving me any chance. Killer Wu Ming was hiding far away, observing Fang Yuan from afar. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack while the Wolf King was chasing after him and was careless. Once he succeeded and killed the Wolf King, there would still be a chance for Ma tribe to regroup. But Fang Yuan did not give him any chance, as if he had seen through his plan. Wu Ming waited quietly for a while, finally unable to endure the He tribe experts moving around more frequently, he quietly retreated. Ma tribe escaped in defeat, and in the process, Ma tribe leader Ma Shongfeng woke up. He did not give up, and after escaping into the defensive line, he tried to rely on the defensive line to defend. But Tai by Yunsheng's mountain as before GU made his plan fail. He tribe army broke through the defensive line, Pan Ping used Soul Blade GU, and luckily took Ma Shongfeng's head in the chaotic battle. Ma tribe leader died, and Ma tribe lost their will to fight. Dao tribe, Yang tribe, and Qi Lian tribe surrendered one after another. During the process, most of He tribe's attention was unavoidably drawn. Run, faster, faster. Zhao Lianyun urged from inside the carriage. Fei Cai acted as the coachman, whipping the horses with all his strength, and the two wheels of the carriage spun rapidly behind him. As Ma Ingje's personal servant, Fei Cai was in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's daily life, and naturally had to follow the army. Zhao Lianyun had no home to return to, and could only follow him. Ma tribe was routed, and the two of them, along with other mortals, could only escape. But with just this horsepower, the carriage speed could not compare to GU masters. The moment they escaped, they were left far behind by GU masters. But precisely because Fei Cai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, Ma tribe's pursuing army let them go. The battle merits of killing mortals were negligible. Of course, if they met a GU master who was in a bad mood, or a GU master who loved to kill, or a wild wolf that did not differentiate between mortals, they might casually give them one or two moves, and die without a burial ground. But Fei Cai and Zhao Lianyun's luck was not bad. Not only did they not encounter such a situation, They even escaped from this battlefield under the watchful eyes of countless GU masters. The two escaped with all their might. The old horse pulling the carriage was so tired that it was foaming at the mouth, and finally fell on the grass. The carriage also overturned, and broke into pieces. Fei Cai and Zhao Lianyun were battered and exhausted as they crawled out of the carriage's fragments. Although they were injured, the soft grass made their injuries not serious. Where should we go next? Without pursuers and GU masters, facing the vast world, Fei Cai was at a loss. Zhao Lianyun only breathed roughly, and did not speak. She also felt flustered and helpless. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, in this world, there is actually such a strong monster. Damn it, if I knew you were so fierce, I wouldn't have persuaded my father to join Ma tribe. Thinking of Fang Yuan's terrifying and invincible figure in the midst of the army, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind shuddered. Thinking of his father who died in the battlefield, as well as his pitiful and cruel fate, Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel sorrow, and started sobbing. Xiao Yun, don't cry, don't worry, I am here. Fei Cai quickly consoled her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head between her knees, and cried even louder. Fei Cai was flustered, and repeatedly consoled and apologized, but his speech was extremely clumsy. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while, and suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am so pitiful, why did I come to such a world? Now that we are in a desperate situation, we have nothing to eat, and nothing to drink. At night, the stench of blood on the battlefield will attract batches of wild beasts to hunt for food. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst, or even freeze to death. Then what should we do? Fei Cai looked at Zhao Lianyun with a pleading gaze. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes, and shouted angrily, You are really trash. You are older than me, can't you think of a good idea? Relying on me to think of everything, do you think I am Dongfang Yuliang? Fei Cai lowered her head from the scolding, and only dared to look at her own feet. Suddenly, he raised his head, and his eyes shone. I thought of a good idea. Oh, what idea? Zhao Lianyun raised her eyebrows in surprise. This idiot could actually think of a way. I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can leave the battlefield. Without the stench of blood, we can avoid those wild beasts. Zhao Lianyun kicked Fei Cai's leg in anger. You think I don't know? You think I don't know? You idiot. You big idiot. What good idea is this? I also want a horse. Can you get one for me? Fei Cai jumped on the spot from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, Look, there is a horse there. Zhao Lianyun looked back and was stunned. She cried out involuntarily, Motherfucker, there really is a wild horse. But she quickly reacted, Actually, Northern Plains does not lack wild horses, what we lack is a way to capture and tame them. Fei Cai, what idea do you have? Fei Cai let out an sound. He pointed to the front and shouted, Quickly look, there is a person on the horse's back. Zhao Lianyun concentrated and saw there really was a person. When the horse got close to the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide, recognizing the identity of the injured person on the horse. It is Ma Ringjie. Congratulations brother, He tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe has the support of GU immortals, they are powerless to reverse the situation. He Bai, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw through the investigative GU that He tribe had started to tidy up the battlefield, and finally could not restrain the excitement in his heart, congratulating He Cheng. He Cheng laughed lightly, same to you. This kid He Lulan did not let us down. Oh, right, the demonic path GU immortal supporting Ma tribe has already been found, it is Snowy Mountain's 6th peak's Shuesongzi. He Bai's expression immediately sank. So it was him. If he had not interfered and fought with me over wooden chicken GU, causing the immortal GU to break free and disappear without a trace, I would have obtained wooden chicken GU long ago. He Cheng consoled with a smile. Brother, don't disturb me, if we could use 88-point Shenyang Tower to obtain wooden chicken GU, it would be the same. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken immortal GU, you will become an expert among GU immortals. I am ashamed. He Bai heard this and immediately bowed deeply towards He Cheng, saying sincerely, "If not for brother's guidance and help, how could I, Hei Bai, be as wealthy as Shuesongzi? Brother is truly wise and far-sighted, throwing out large amounts of immortal yuan stone, it is truly moving. Then, you amassed the wolf group and sent them out to help, truly catching Shuesongzi unprepared. Now, even if Shuesongzi wants to continue helping, he has no one." Ha ha ha. Hei Cheng laughed heartily, sighing, "Without investment, how can there be profits?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "It is also fortunate that in this imperial court contest, the other super tribes did not make a move. Earlier, I also received information from female immortal Tan by YA and learned of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Furthermore, this Wolf King Chang Shan Yin is also an outstanding junior, his performance is breathtaking and he is the brightest in this contest, suppressing this generation of Northern Plains." Hei Bai nodded in agreement. "I have already investigated Chang Shan Yin, he is a member of Chang tribe and has an illustrious reputation, even us GU immortals have heard of him. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years, evidently having a fortuitous encounter. Now, he is a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. I have seen the killer move just now, the aftereffects are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan's injuries could be concealed from the surrounding people, but it could not be concealed from GU immortals." Hei Cheng was silent for a moment before saying, "This is a GU immortal seed, I intend to take him into Hei tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, I will properly inspect him. If he is willing to pledge his loyalty, he might even become an external supreme elder of our Hei tribe in the future." Hei Bai smiled. "Becoming a GU immortal is extremely difficult, brother has overestimated him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunsheng is also not bad, he can be persuaded to pledge allegiance to Hei tribe." "Yes, but he is a bit too old." Hei Cheng nodded. Chapter 550. When Ma Yingjie woke up from his slumber and finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Fei Cai's ecstatic smiling face. Fei Cai shouted, "Young tribe leader, you are finally awake." The honest voice warmed Ma Yingjie's heart. The latter struggled to sit up, the intense pain made him open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, asking with difficulty, "Where is this?" Fei Cai scratched his head and said in shame, "I also do not know where this is, but we should have escaped from the battlefield." "Battlefield?" Ma Yingjie was shocked and immediately asked, "How is the battlefield?" "We failed, Lord Young Tribe Leader. Many people are escaping, and even more have surrendered." Fei Cai answered. Ma Yingjie's face turned extremely pale, his body shook and he almost fainted again. Thankfully, Fei Cai supported his back from behind. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at the once glorious Ma tribe young tribe leader now in such a pathetic state, he did not feel good. "Sigh, this Ma Yingjie is actually young and promising, but unfortunately he encountered Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. It is not that you did not work hard, but the opponent is too abnormal." Ma Yingjie closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. After a long time, he opened his red eyes and turned to look at Fei Cai and Zhao Lianyun, asking with a hoarse voice, "You too saved me?" Fei Cai and Zhao Lianyun nodded at the same time. "Young tribe leader, what should we do now?" Fei Cai asked. Ma Yingjie's expression was gloomy as he said, "We return. Ma tribe lost this round, but we still have a portion of tribesmen in Warm Pond Valley. Back then, before the Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe schemed to cause internal strife in Fei tribe, annexing them and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, as a precaution, placed a portion of the old, weak, and sick in Warm Pond Valley. If the Ma family won, they would bring them over. If the Ma family failed, they would be the seeds to continue the tribe. Return to Warm Pond Valley? But we had no water or food. It's such a long journey." Zhao Lianyun frowned. "Heh, little girl, as long as I'm here, there will be enough food and water. You don't have to worry," Ma Yingjie said. The 3 of them traveled together. Along the way, they came across many Ma family members who had escaped, and they were all taken in by Ma Yingjie one by one. "Young clan leader, I never thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would be able to see you again." Ma Yuliang cried uncontrollably when he saw Ma Yingjie. He was a rank 3 elder of Ma tribe. He was lying on a stretcher, missing an arm, and his right calf was broken. His injuries were severe. When Ma Yingjie saw him, tears of excitement welled up in his tiger-like eyes. "Elder Ma Yuliang, it's great to see you." Although he had taken in many clansmen along the way, most of them were mortals. Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured, but he was a Jiyu master after all. After this battle, Ma tribe suffered a huge loss. Before the battle, they were a large-scale tribe with deep foundations that could charge into a super tribe. But after the battle, Ma tribe had completely turned into a small-scale tribe. Their strength had fallen to the bottom and they were on the decline. To the current Ma tribe, every Jiyu master was the tribe's most precious strength and hope. Lord Young clan leader, old clan leader has already died in battle. Ma Yuliang cried bitterly, bringing the grievous news to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's body shook intensely. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with endless grief and sorrow when he heard this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemed to have turned into an iron statue. After a moment of silence, he forcefully wiped the tears in his eyes. "Then, from today onwards, I am Ma tribe's leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Although our Ma tribe lost, we did not perish." Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun had set a rule that we cannot slaughter the Huang Jin tribe's bloodline. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle, now even He tribe cannot exterminate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley, we need to climb back up from our defeat. I believe Ma tribe's glory will not disappear because of this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young clan leader in front of him, and in his blurry vision, he seemed to see Ma Shongfeng and Ma Zun's figures. He stopped sobbing, hope rising in his heart again. The next moment, he used his deepest voice to reply, "Lord Clan Leader, I also believe you. Winner takes all." While Ma Yingjie was fleeing miserably, in the countless tents of He tribe's alliance army, there was a celebratory banquet. There were cheering crowds, warm bonfires, and rich delicacies. "We won, we won." Ma tribe's ambition was too great, they actually wanted to become a super tribe. It was this ambition that destroyed them. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of the Imperial Court. Honorable Wolf Wang Da, please allow this lowly one to toast you a cup of wine. In the main tent, there was also a lively atmosphere. Other than wine and delicacies, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing to their heart's content. Everyone present were the leaders of He tribe's alliance army, experts of all sizes. Their cultivation level was at least rank 4, and they could be said to be the brightest talents of the current generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan sat on the main seat, and on his left was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's seat had been pushed to the back due to the arrival of Tai Bai Yunsheng, as well as the other rank 5 clan leaders. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and fought against 3 enslavement masters by himself, killing Cheng Long, Wu Yi and other experts. One could say, He tribe's victory over Ma tribe was 70% due to Fang Yuan. He tribe was shocked by Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and on that night, they adjusted the ranking in the main tent. No one objected to this. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the experts who toasted him, but he only drank a small mouthful each time. This was not the demeanor of a forthright Northern Plains warrior, but at this moment, when placed on Fang Yuan, it displayed the arrogance and solitude of Wolf King. In the main tent, there was a joyous atmosphere. The Jiyu master who toasted him was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. In the battle, he had used Soul Blade Jiyu and luckily obtained Ma tribe leader Ma Shongfeng's head. Thus, on the battle merit board, he was only inferior to Fang Yuan, ranked second. Seeing Fang Yuan drink a mouthful of wine, Pan Ping retreated gratefully. Northern Plains people admired warriors. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance was rarely seen even in the previous imperial court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Master, the halo of 2 masters shrouded his body. Such enslavement and strength dual cultivation would give any of his enemies a headache. He watched as Pan Ping respectfully retreated with a satisfied and excited expression. The gazes that were directed at him were filled with respect, adoration, or fear. Fang Yuan put down his wine cup without batting an eyelid, sighing inwardly, unknowingly, I have already reached this step. Relying on the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose rapidly. At this point, he was already at the peak of the mortal realm. To mortals, this was already the peak. Any higher and it would be the immortal realm. In the previous battle, he slaughtered famous experts, unstoppable and unstoppable. Such a performance was rarely seen even among rank 5 peak stage GU masters. He Lolan's elegance was completely taken away by Fang Yuan. Enslavement and strength dual cultivation had a huge flaw. 4-arm Earth King killer move, even if it was hastily created and not perfect, was enough to be the foundation for Fang Yuan to stand proudly in the mortal realm. On Three Kings Mountain, Fang Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 GU master experts. But now, he used his own strength to do it. Even if it was Tai tribe's previous leader, Tai Mu Bai, Fang Yuan had the confidence to kill him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose explosively. This huge achievement that others could not achieve in their lifetime was built on his 500 years of experience, immortal Blessed Land and painstaking planning. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What is the peak of the mortal realm? If I am not a GU immortal, I will always be a chess piece. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, I have not even saved Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his heart surging with the raging fire of ambition and lofty aspirations. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng beside him. To save Danghun Mountain, he needed Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal GU landscape as before. This was his main goal in this trip to Northern Plains. In fact, 88-point Shenyang Tower was secondary. In his plan, if Danghun Mountain could not be saved, then the inheritance in 88-point Shenyang Tower would make up for his losses. But to take away other people's GU worms was a troublesome matter. The life or death of a GU worm depended on the owner's thoughts. For example, Fang Yuan only needed one thought and even the immortal GU Spring-Autumn Cicada would easily self-detonate. Precisely because of this, when GU masters died in battle, the GU worms obtained from their corpses were negligible. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation, it was even more troublesome. Landscape as before, this immortal GU had yet to appear. It was an immortal GU created by Tai Bai Yunsheng after he became a GU immortal, using river as before and mountain as before GU as the main materials. Thus, there were two plans in front of Fang Yuan. The first was to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng alive and use soul path GU worms to search his soul, searching his mind for the GU recipe of landscape as before. Then, he would refine it himself. This plan was too risky. Firstly, Fang Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng alive. Capturing and killing were two completely different concepts. Especially when Tai Bai Yunsheng had high prestige and was also a time path GU master, if he failed, the impact would be huge. Secondly, even if he was captured alive, would he be able to obtain river as before and mountain as before GU? If Tai Bai Yunsheng had a thought and made these two GU self-detonate, Fang Yuan's efforts would be in vain. Finally, it was unknown whether Tai Bai Yunsheng had the GU recipe of landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal coming up with an original immortal GU recipe was too small. Especially when Tai Bai Yunsheng was not a refinement pathmaster. According to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was created when Tai Bai Yunsheng became a GU immortal, heaven and earth resonated, Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration burst forth, causing the two GU to fuse and refine into a rank 6 immortal GU. If that was the case, then the GU recipe of landscape as before simply did not exist. The process of refining landscape as before could not be replicated. The first plan was not feasible. Then, what about the second plan? It was not much better than the first plan. Tai Bai Yunsheng became a GU immortal after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second plan was to deal with him after he became a GU immortal and obtained an immortal GU. This meant that Fang Yuan wanted to use the identity of a mortal to harm a GU immortal. Chapter 551. If a mortal schemed against a GU immortal, what were the chances of success? Even though Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, he could not surpass the gap between mortal and immortal. Fang Yuan was a GU immortal in his previous life. No mortal could have a deeper understanding of this gap than him. Fortunately, in Fang Yuan's plan, he did not dare to fight a GU immortal alone. He wanted to borrow the power of 88-point Zhenyang Tower. His previous life's precious experience gave him guidance, as well as the precious information provided by Land Spirit Langya, giving him more confidence in his plan. This way, there was a 20% chance of obtaining landscape as before immortal GU. 20% was the highest among the three plans to save Dang Hun Mountain. Only immortal GU could resist Gruel Mud immortal GU. With his 500 years of foresight, Fang Yuan knew that there were only 3 immortal GU that could save Dang Hun Mountain at this moment. The first was Earth Path Rank 6 GU Immortal Sun Vinegar. The second was also an Earth Path Rank 6 Immortal GU, called Comeback Mountain. The second was also an Earth Path Rank 6 Immortal GU, called Comeback Mountain. It was kept in Eastern Sea's high Shablessed land. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 Immortal GU Landscape as before. This GU had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was only a Rank 5 GU Master in Northern Plains. To obtain Petrification GU, Fang Yuan would have to deal with GU Immortal Sun Vinegar, who had been an immortal for more than 10 years. If he tried to obtain Comeback Mountain, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan would be under the watchful eyes of a group of GU immortals. Using the identity of a mortal to exchange for an immortal GU? This was no different from a child carrying gold and going to the black market. Thus, the third plan regarding landscape as before GU had the lowest risk and the highest possibility. Even if Tai Bai Yunsheng became a GU immortal, he would only be a newbie GU immortal, he would not be familiar with attainment realms and qualitative changes. Such an opponent would be much easier to deal with than the veteran Sun Vinegar and the group of GU immortals in High Shablessed land. Northern Plains, 12th month. The snowstorm was getting stronger, the frequency increasing. Even without the wind and snow, pure white frost covered the entire Northern Plains. Even though the sun had risen into the sky, the blazing sunlight of the past had become weak and powerless. The day of the 10-year blizzard was getting closer and closer. Tianchuan, Warm Pond Valley. Patriarch, this is the spirit spring. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the spirit spring that had dried up to the bottom and introduced it to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie frowned deeply. Spirit Spring C was one of the 3 remaining in Warm Pond Valley. Now that it had dried up, the only thing supporting the Ma family was the A and B springs. This was bad news for the Ma tribe. Northern Plains Spirit Spring was different from Southern Borders Spirit Spring. Most of the northern springs had very little spring water. The spring mouth was narrow, and the water gushed out violently. The foundation was thin, and the duration was the shortest. The east spring was ample, the south spring gurgled, the north spring was vigorous, and the west spring was pure. In the southern border, a small to medium-sized tribe could continuously use a spirit spring for more than 10 years. As long as the spirit spring of the southern border was not overexploited, it could be used continuously. But it was different in Northern Plains. Northern Plains spirit spring formed quickly and also dispersed quickly. Adding on the intense war in Northern Plains, a small to medium-sized tribe needed at least 3 to 4 spirit springs to be able to support it. After Ma Yingjie returned to the tribe, he became Ma tribe's new clan leader. Ma tribe failed to become a superforce, and was now reduced to a small tribe. Even the huge Warm Pond Valley seemed empty. Ma tribe had rations and water, and they had made ample preparations. But Spirit Spring was a currency, and was an essential resource for GU masters to cultivate. Once the snow disaster came, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the last refuge. Not only beast groups, but also other GU masters would come to rest. As the landlord, Ma tribe not only had to resist the blizzard, but also had to negotiate with these people. The Yuan stone produced by the Spirit Spring was the backbone that supported the GU masters' battle strength. Now, one of Ma tribe's 3 backbones was broken. The weakened Ma tribe only had 30% of its strength left. Because the Spirit Spring sea dried up, its confidence immediately dissipated by 10%. However, facing such a difficult problem, Ma Ingjie had no countermeasures. If he had a river as before Gu, he could immediately restore the spirit spring sea to its original state, and this problem would be solved immediately. But Ma Ingjie did not have one. Lord Clan Leader, is the spirit spring really so important? On the way back, Fei Cai asked. After he returned to the tribe as Ma Ingjie's savior, he was immediately released from his slave status, and was now a free man. At the same time, he was still Ma Ingjie's personal attendant. Ma Ingjie nodded with deep worry. The drying up of a spirit spring has a huge impact on Gu masters. And Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as the main force to resist all kinds of disasters during the blizzard. And after the blizzard, we need Gu masters' battle strength to snatch new resources and develop the tribe. Fei Cai gave an O sound, and asked while walking, then can we find a new spirit spring? I mean, look, our warm pond valley is so big, maybe there are more than 3 spirit springs. Fei Cai's words were filled with an optimistic spirit. Ma Ingjie laughed bitterly. Northern Plains spirit springs will indeed form in a short period of time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley. But this possibility is too low, almost impossible. You have to know, every time the 10-year blizzard arrives, the spirit springs in all parts of Northern Plains will dry up and die. After the blizzard subsides, new spirit springs will appear in large numbers. At that time, all parts of Northern Plains will have lush water plants, and every 100 li, there might be a spirit spring. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to develop and strengthen. So it's like this. Fei Cai finally understood. He had lived for so long, but was still ignorant and not familiar with these situations. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed and fell down from the roadside. They were walking on the side of a cliff, but fortunately, it was not a cliff, but a gentle slope. Fei Cai lost his footing and rolled down the slope, letting out continuous screams. You! Ma Ingjie was amused by Fei Cai's comical screams, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. You have no sense of direction, you don't even know how to walk now. Hurry up and climb up. Hey! Ma Ingjie suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as he looked in disbelief at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the gentle slope. This spirit spring's mouth was originally covered by a mountain rock. However, this mountain rock was knocked to the side by Fei Cai, who was tumbling down. The spirit spring that was covered by the mountain rock was then revealed. Very clearly, this was a spirit spring that had formed recently. Otherwise, Ma tribe's investigation before the war would not have missed it. This spirit spring had a huge amount of water, and in a short time, over 100 yuan stones sprayed out along the spring water, landing on the surrounding ground. This is a new spirit spring, directly surpassing the A-grade spirit spring. Ma Ingjie was overjoyed, even his eyes were slightly red. Is this the so-called extreme misfortune followed by happiness? Longevity heaven above, this must be the blessing of the ancestors. Clan leader, I'm here. At this time, Fei Cai rushed up with a grin, and after seeing the new spring, he also opened his eyes wide. Strange, why is there suddenly a spring here? Ma Ingjie laughed loudly. Fei Cai, you are the lucky star given to me by the heavens. From today onwards, you will change your name. Don't be called Fei Cai anymore. Fei Cai, trash, how can I, Ma Ingjie, have trash by my side? From today onwards, you will be called Hong Yun. Fei Hong Yun. This indicates the good fortune of our Ma tribe, extreme misfortune followed by happiness. However, Ma Ingjie was not happy for long. 7 days later, He tribe's army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. On the night that He tribe's army set up camp, the 3 spirit springs in Warm Pond Valley turned into black water at the same time, completely polluted. A letter to persuade them to surrender was then sent to Ma Ingjie. Ma Ingjie did not expect that He Lulan had clearly obtained the final victory, but still did not let him go. The spirit springs polluted by Gu worms could no longer produce yuan stones, they were all useless. Although there were still yuan stones in storage, Ma tribe had already lost the possibility of continuing to live in Warm Pond Valley. To think that He Lulan would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In his letter, he requested our Ma tribe to surrender. This does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal back then. Damn it, damn it. Ma Yingjie clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness, and powerlessness. He Lulan, known as the Black Tyrant, has always been violent and crude. It seems that he is wary of our Ma tribe because of the previous battle. But due to Ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to place Ma tribe under his eyes and continue to suppress Ma tribe. Ma Yu Liang sat paralyzed on the chair and analyzed with a low voice. After a pause, Ma Yu Liang continued, "Actually, this is also not bad. Ma tribe surrenders to He Lulan, we can also enter Imperial Court Blessed Land." Ma Yingjie shook his head, this is the sinister part of He Lulan's intentions. Ma tribe can enter Imperial Court, but what about the others? Let me ask you, in the current tribe, how many relatives surnamed Ma are there? Ma Yu Liang's face paled, only around 130 people. That is correct. Ma Yingjie nodded with a heavy expression. If our Ma tribe wants to expand, we need to recruit outsiders, we need to wantonly marry and have a large number of children. But as long as He Lulan gives an order, we are not allowed to accept outsiders, and will only be allowed to marry within our tribe. At that time, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, when will it be a matter of time? Ma Yu Liang's face paled even more. He realized the severity of the problem. Politics was dirty, and it was easy to make it so that one was not allowed to marry an outsider. He Lulan only needed a reason to maintain the purity of the Huang Jin tribe's bloodline, and then she could legitimately stop Ma tribe from expanding. Then what should we do? Ma Yu Liang lost his idea. Ma Yingjie was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. We will bestow the surname Ma to all outsiders, and accept them into our tribe. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, I'm afraid that our Huang Jin bloodline will really. Ma Yu Liang hesitated. We need to guard against this. The Huang Jin bloodline is the pride of our Ma tribe, it will not be tainted. If the situation improves, we can expel these people and strip them of their surname, Ma Yingjie said. Chapter 552. The carriages rumbled, the horses neighed. The grand group, numbering in the millions, moved towards the Imperial Court area at the center of Northern Plains. The snowstorm raged outside, the big stomach horses could not even raise their heads. The snow on the ground was knee-deep, every step was much more difficult than usual. Bluefield Slug GU after Bluefield Slug GU were moving slowly. Their stomachs were filled with all sorts of resources, causing their bodies that were 3 times the size of elephants to grow to the size of small hills. Groups of carriages followed behind the Bluefield Slug GU. The latter blocked the incoming snowstorm for these mortals, their bodies were covered in icicles. To prevent the Slug GU from freezing to death, there were 3 GU masters in charge of 1 Slug GU, removing the frost on them while using fire path GU worms to keep them warm and maintain their body temperature. The army moved towards the Imperial Court area. The increasing snowstorm caused the army's speed to slow down. Large numbers of mortal slaves fell along the way, unable to get up again. Although He Lulan could order GU masters to save them, he did not do so. Even though the Imperial Court Blessed Land was huge and could hold 5 million people. But from He Lulan's point of view, the resources in the Blessed Land belonged to him, why would he give them to these lowly slaves? Every additional person meant that he had to give away more benefits. Using the snowstorm to purposely sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals, this was the unspoken rule of the Imperial Court Lords. The lives of mortals were not worth cherishing. They were like weeds, after the snowstorm, they would grow rapidly and spread, devouring the resources of northern plains like locusts, until the next 10 years' snowstorm arrived. The cold wind became stronger, the people moved forward against the wind. Fang Yuan was inside the large lizard house GU, he could hear the howling of the wind outside the window. Inside the large lizard house GU, it was warm like spring. Urging it to move forward in such an environment consumed 5 or 6 times more true essence than before. But to Fang Yuan, just a rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture was more than enough to sustain this expenditure. Moreover, his second aperture had recently advanced to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan came to the window and cast his gaze through the translucent, sealed crystal window to the front left. It was the Ma family's team. Ma Yingjie inherited the position of clan leader, Ma Hongyun also appeared, and even Zhao Lianyun was by his side. On this point, Fang Yuan had already secretly inquired about it and instructed the people of Ji family to take care of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In his memories, Ma Hongyun had received an inheritance from the giant sun immortal in the 88-point Zhenyang Tower. In Fang Yuan's next plan, he would be a very useful chess piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, he was still a kid and posed no threat. At the same time, he was very close to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan decided to observe him first. 500 years ago, Ma Hongyun appeared. Now, even with my influence, Ma Hongyun still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still have the same achievements as in my previous life? After experiencing rebirth, Fang Yuan had a deep interest towards the topic of changing history. The flow of history had inertia and also changes. Based on his personal experience, the butterfly theory on Earth seemed to be a little biased. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyun was bestowed with a surname and allowed to cultivate. It was because he obtained a relic Jiyu in the wild and offered it to Ma Yingjie. Now, because of He Lulan's coercion, Ma Yingjie made a decision. This decision created Ma Hongyun once again. The process was different, but the result was the same. This matter made Fang Yuan ponder. He could not help but think of a word. That was fate. Fate, this word was even more mysterious and ethereal than space and time. In the rumors, Jiyu master paths seemed to have a path called Luck Path, but until now, nobody could be sure. However, there were many important people who were connected to fate. The legends of Ren Zhu clearly recorded fate Jiyu. The second-generation immortal Venerable of the Celestial Court, the creator of Wisdom Path, grasped this Jiyu and schemed against the three demon venerables of the later generations. When Fang Yuan was in Three Kings' blessed land, he was told by the land spirit Red Lotus Demon Venerable was actually a great hero. He broke the restraints of fate and let the people of the world control their own fate. In fact, Fang Yuan had even vaguely heard this rumor in his previous life. Giant Sun Immortal controlled a luck path Jiyu worm, thus on his path of cultivation, he was able to avoid calamities and welcome blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that tightly connects all living beings? Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a Jiyu immortal, he had only uncovered a corner of this world's mysteries. Be it his previous life or this life, the more he moved forward, the stronger he became, the more he felt his own insignificance and ignorance. The more he felt insignificant and ignorant, the more joy he felt in moving forward, the more he wanted to move forward. Compared to this world, I am just an ant. Pride and modesty, stubbornness and understanding coexisted in Fang Yuan's blood. Putting away his overflowing thoughts, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the present. Imperial Court Blessed Land rejects Jiyu Immortals from entering. I am already at rank 5 peak stage. This might be the first and last time I can enter Imperial Court and personally come into contact with 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Maybe I can obtain an Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance in the tower, who knows. But this time, He Lulan took the initiative to go to Warm Pond Valley and forcefully force Ma tribe to surrender. This is quite strange. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn. Ma tribe had already suffered a huge loss, and they also had the Huang Jin bloodline. Why did He Lulan do this? It was understandable in his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma tribe's strength had not declined. They were a tough turtle shell that was hard to chew. He Lulan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Ma tribe was in an extremely weak state, He Lulan mobilized his army and spared no effort to force Ma tribe to surrender. To deliberately suppress Ma tribe like this, did he have a deep grudge against Ma tribe? Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was no evidence to support this guess. Forget it, maybe this is He Lulan's whims and wants to show off his contributions. This is only a minor detail, my own strength is always the most important. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sent his mind into his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move Forearm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had also made some slight modifications. The original Earth Overlord GU was changed to Wind Overlord GU. The other GU worms that he used were also slightly modified. This way, he did not need to step on the ground, and it was best to fight in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he could display, and the smaller the repercussions of using the killer move. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This was only a concealment and compromise. The flaw of this killer move had not changed. If he fought in a windless environment, the result of activating the killer move would not be any better than before. For GU masters, there were too many methods to restrict wind. Once this weakness was exposed, the killer move would no longer be terrifying, and the threat it posed to enemies would fall to rock bottom. Actually, no matter how much this move is modified, I will not be satisfied. My true goal is to resolve the flaw of dual cultivation of Strength Path and Enslavement Path. This killer move Forearm Earth King is only the initial result. But this result could not escape the barrier of Transformation Path. Fang Yuan's goal was to completely and permanently modify his body, and not this kind of temporary transformation. However, to reach this step, Fang Yuan had already used up 500 years of accumulation. After all, Fang Yuan was a Blood Path GU immortal in his previous life. He had only dabbled in Strength Path and Enslavement Path. If possible, Fang Yuan also wanted to quickly become a Blood Path GU immortal. But ever since his rebirth, the situation was different. His vital GU was no longer a Blood Path GU worm. One of the keys to becoming a GU immortal was the vital GU. Originally, Fang Yuan had obtained the second aperture and had a new opportunity. But that crucial Blood Path vital GU was still buried in the inheritance. It had yet to appear. Fang Yuan could not wait. The situation was pressing on him. He could only choose to strengthen himself first to deal with the upcoming tests and enemies lurking in all directions. Survival, this was the most important thing. Fang Yuan also realized that his foundation in Strength Path and Enslavement Path was insufficient. His extensive knowledge in his previous life allowed him to easily control GU worms of all paths, and was proficient in the exquisite combination of GU worms of all paths. Among them, his attainment in Enslavement Path was the deepest. But to solve the ancient problem of dual cultivation of Enslavement and Strength Path, he needed to be at the forefront of history and create new and bold experiments. Thus, his foundation was insufficient. Even though Fang Yuan now had clues to Luo Po Valley, he might be able to directly cultivate Soul Path, which had a bright future after obtaining Luo Po Valley. But Fang Yuan would never place his hopes on a certain possibility in the future. Even if he were to cultivate Soul Path in the future, his efforts in the aspect of Enslavement and Strength Path would be a precious asset to him. It would be of great help to his future cultivation. Knowing his own shortcomings, Fang Yuan had been reading extensively these days. He used that enormous amount of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul and other killer moves. At the same time, he also obtained dozens of small Strength Path inheritances, as well as the insights of 4 Enslavement Path Masters. Among them, the 4 killer moves Rat Plague, Lightning Storm, Leopard Rush and Horse Stamp were extremely valuable. Fang Yuan had broad horizons to begin with, and after these days of hard work, his understanding of Enslavement Path and Strength Path had deepened by several times. Different from his previous life where he only dabbled in it, in this life, he personally experienced it and combined it with theories, giving him countless inspirations. But these inspirations were far from enough to solve his problem. Actually, speaking of the transformation of the body, the earliest records are in the legends of Ren Zhu. When Ren Zhu was in a death situation, to save his father, Desolate Guyue came to Chengbai Mountain and killed the Rockman. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he flipped open the legends of Ren Zhu. Chapter 553. Fang Yuan flipped the legends of Ren Zhu. There was a record inside. Ren Zhu fell into a dead end and fell into Luo Po Valley, unable to get out. Desolate Guyue Yin, in order to save his father, personally went up Chengbai Mountain and attempted to climb to the peak to obtain that one and only success GU. As long as he made a wish to success GU, Desolate Guyue Yin would be able to save Ren Zhu. But when Desolate Guyue Yin reached the foot of the mountain, he was obstructed by the Rockman. It turned out that Renzu's second daughter had come to Chengbai Mountain and disturbed Love Gu's dream. Out of anger, Love Jiyu enlightened the Rockman to disturb Desolate Guo Yin. Desolate Guo Yin killed the Rockman and walked to the waist of the mountain. But Love Jiyu did not leave. It appeared in front of Desolate Guo Yin and said, "Oh human, you disturbed my dream and still want to take away Success Jiyu. Now, I will collapse the whole of Chengbai Mountain. You can search for that one and only Success Jiyu among the millions and millions of rocks." Ha ha ha. Saying so, Love Jiyu charged towards Chengbai Mountain. Mount Chengbai was not an ordinary mountain. The entire hill was made up of small stones piled up together. Once Love Jiyu crashed into it, Chengbai Mountain collapsed. Love Jiyu left proudly, leaving behind Desolate Guo Yin looking at this pile of rocks, falling into a daze. How could he obtain that one and only Success Jiyu from these chaotic rocks? Desolate Guo Yin was troubled. He had no choice but to go back and ask Cognition Jiyu for advice. Cognition Jiyu sighed after hearing Guo Yin's explanation. Love Jiyu has always been so unreasonable. Sigh, even I, or my child Wisdom Jiyu, do not want to face it. Now that Chengbai Mountain has collapsed, you can only use your hands to pick up these rocks and distinguish the Success Jiyu. Other than that, there is no other way. Cognition Jiyu continued, but you need to be careful, there are actually two Jiyu on Chengbai Mountain. One Success Jiyu is at the peak. One Failure Jiyu is at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it has many children. Those rocks are the brothers and sisters of success. When you pick up those stones, a lot of unimaginably bad things can happen. Let me tell you a trick here. As long as you persist in saying I in your heart, these bad situations will gradually disappear. When Desolate Guo heard this, her heart couldn't help but become heavy. She asked again, "Then how should I distinguish the stone in my hand? Success Jiyu or Failure Jiyu, what do they look like?" Cognition Jiyu sighed, "They look the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. As long as you hold them with your own hands, you will naturally discover their identity. You want to find Success Jiyu, but that Failure Jiyu is your greatest threat. You cannot hold on to Failure Jiyu, otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life will be in danger." Guo nodded his head to express his gratitude. Before she left, Cognition Jiyu reminded her, "Don't say that I told you, if Love Jiyu finds me, it will be troublesome." In the face of passionate, naughty love, thought and intellect give way. "Don't worry, I won't expose you." Desolate Guo agreed and returned to Chengbai Mountain. Looking at the large pile of stones in front of her, her heart was heavy. Success was not so easy to obtain. To obtain success, one had to bend down and take a huge risk to search for it. Desolate Guo breathed in deeply and picked up the first stone. This stone was very ordinary. The moment Desolate Guo held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A shallow wound appeared on Desolate Guo's hand. This was not Success Jiyu, but Success's brothers and sisters, one of Failure Gu's children. Desolate Guo was shocked. She touched the wound on the back of her hand and recalled Cognition Gu's words, "When you pick up those stones, many unimaginably bad situations will happen. At this time, you need to think of I in your heart." So this is the bad situation. Desolate Guo realized. She chanted in her heart, I, as she continued to chant, the wound on the back of her hand miraculously healed. All that was left was a shallow scar. She threw the stone in her hand to the side and picked up the second stone. When she held this stone in her hand, Desolate Guo's heart shook, an intense fear assaulted her heart. Desolate Guo's body trembled in fear, she almost wanted to escape and leave this place. But she persevered and continued to think of I. After a long time, she regained her senses, the fear in her heart was mostly dispelled. She picked up the third stone. This stone made her feel very dejected. She could not help but think, I want to pick up the one and only Success Jiyu among these billions of stones. How difficult is that? How long do I have to continue? She almost could not move, she felt that the future was dark, the difficulty of finding Success Jiyu was too high. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought of her father who was trapped in the door of life and death. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Guo was shocked. Oh no, I almost forgot to say I. Desolate Guer chanted again, trying to get rid of the dejection in her heart as she bent down to pick up another stone. When she held the fourth stone in her hand, Desolate Guer was shocked to find that her nose had changed. It had actually turned into a pig's nose. She chanted I again to let her nose recover. Good heavens, she tried her best to get rid of the pig's nose. But the bridge of her nose was still slightly sunken compared to before. Like this, Desolate Guer continued to pick up stones, hoping to find success GU among them. But countless days passed, she only found the children of failure GU. Some of these stones caused her injuries, some caused her to feel dejected, despair, fear, and some even caused her to turn into a pig's head or grow a rat's tail. Even though Desolate Guer kept chanting I, there were still traces left on her body. After accumulating for a long time, these traces turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a human with a horse's body. She had 16 legs, some were covered in soft fur, some were covered in snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, and some had sturdy hooves. In the process of searching for success, people often changed beyond recognition. But Desolate Guer also became stronger because of this. After experiencing so much, she was hundreds of times stronger than before. Those stones could no longer cause her any trouble. Success, success, where are you? Her 7 mouths spoke at the same time. Some were shouting, some were roaring, some were crying, and some were whispering. The more she failed, the greater the desire for success in her heart. After her relentless efforts, there were fewer and fewer stones left. Finally, when there were only 2 stones left, Desolate Guer fell into hesitation. There was no doubt that among these 2 stones, one was Success GU, while the other was Failure GU. If she picked up Success GU, then everyone would be happy. If she picked up Failure GU, then Desolate Guer would be completely lost, her life would be in danger. Even if Desolate Guer became a monster and became so strong. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, how should she choose? Desolate Guer could not help but fall into hesitation. If I do not dare to give it my all because I am afraid of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong now, success is just around the corner. Even if I get Failure GU, as long as I keep chanting I should be able to get through it, right? Finally, she mustered her courage and stretched out her hand, picking up one of the stones. But unfortunately, she picked up that Failure GU. An unprecedented sense of confusion and self-doubt assaulted her body and mind. I. Desolate Guer kept chanting I, but her voice gradually became lower. Eventually, her 7 mouths stopped moving, her gaze was dull and lifeless. She fell into endless confusion, completely losing herself. The greatest failure of a person was to lose themselves. Sigh. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed lightly, closing the Legends of Ren Zhu. For a moment, his thoughts ran wild, and the expression on his face became complicated and subtle. The snow outside the window was still falling, fluttering in the wind. As the 10-year deadline approached, the snowstorm did not show any signs of weakening, instead, it was getting stronger. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lulan led her army and arrived at the entrance of Imperial Court Blessed Land at the end of the deadline, the Alliance army had already lost more than half of their numbers. Large numbers of mortals froze to death on the way. Many GU masters even died from the beast group's attacks. The token to open Imperial Court Blessed Land was He Lulan herself. When he stood up, a faint golden light blossomed in the air. Shortly after, the golden light shone brightly, forming a ring of light. The ring of light expanded rapidly, forming a grand city gate. On the vermilion red city gate, there were exquisite and complicated silver patterns. Copper buttons that were as thick as fists were densely covered the surface of the door. Rumble. Behind the gate, there seemed to be a pair of invisible giant hands, slowly opening the heavy vermilion gate. Immediately, a dense sandalwood fragrance assaulted their nostrils. The falling snow in the air stopped at this moment. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the falling snow gathered like a swarm of bees, instantly condensing into a large and sturdy ice staircase. The top of the staircase reached the Imperial Court gate in the air, and the bottom was on the ground. Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan could not conceal his excitement, He took 3 steps at a time, climbing the ice staircase, becoming the first person to enter Imperial Court. 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Fang Yuan was the second person. He had a deep gaze as he steadily walked in. Following him were Tai Bai Yunxing, Hao Ji Liu and other higher-ups experts. About an hour later, He tribe's army entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. The ice staircase crumbled, the huge vermilion red city gate slowly closed. The golden ring of light shrunk into a point and dissipated. They have all entered. The GU immortals who were observing secretly retracted their helpless and reluctant gazes. Chapter 554. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the scene in front of him had completely changed. The sky was pale gold, the ground was like spring, there were green terraced fields, quietly flowing rivers, low hills, and a vast field of vision. This was a peaceful world, in stark contrast to the snowstorm outside. This was the largest shelter in Northern Plains Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opened once every 10 years, and was specially rewarded to the kings of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around, only to find that he was alone. Although everyone had entered the same door, the moment they stepped through the door, they were scattered and randomly teleported to any corner of the paradise. This was common practice. Fang Yuan was not surprised. According to the previous agreement, he was going to move towards the center of the Blessed Land. There, giant sun immortals form a residence, Northern Plains Sacred Palace. I'm finally in. Fang Yuan adjusted his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was just a prelude. What came next was the main point. He tried to activate Eagle Rise GU. The crystal purple Primeval essence moved according to his will, and poured into the Eagle Rise GU. Swoosh. With a soft sound, accompanied by intense pain, 2 huge pitch-black eagle wings grew on his back, the wingspan exceeding 10 feet. Imperial Court Blessed Land did not prohibit the use of mortal GU. As for immortal GU, no Blessed Land could restrict them. The strong eagle wings lightly flapped, and Fang Yuan's entire body was brought into the sky. Flying in the sky, a light breeze greeted his face. The wind carried with it a unique fragrance that permeated the entire paradise. Compared to the outside world in Northern Plains, this place was tranquil and peaceful. It was simply heaven. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. He flew leisurely, admiring the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's terrain was extremely similar to Northern Plains. Looking at it from afar, it was a vast plain. Even though there were hills, they were all gentle slopes. The contours were gentle and graceful, like a lush green without any contours, flowing smoothly and gracefully. But what was different from the Northern Plains was that every 8 li, there would be a tower erected on the ground. These towers reminded Fang Yuan of totem poles. Every single one of them was 25 meters tall and stood perfectly straight. Their surfaces were covered in gold and silver, and they were carved with all kinds of gems and agates. The tower was divided into countless compartments, like a beehive. Inside, there were many GU worms. When the worms in the Blessed Land produced GU, these GU worms would often leave the swarm and come to live in the tower. The tower was Giant Sun's current arrangement. No matter what GU it was, they would find their food in the tower. In each tower, there were tens of thousands of GU. There were many types of GU. There were a lot of common ones, but precious ones were relatively rare. Without a doubt, every tower was a huge fortune. Even Fang Yuan would covet it. He even saw a group of thousands of starlight firefly GU in one of the towers. Unfortunately, these GU worms cannot be used without permission. At the beginning of the Imperial Court contest, there were often GU masters who were extremely daring and wanted to steal, or even attack the towers to seize the wild GU worms inside. In the end, they were like candles, their skin and flesh melted, leaving behind pale white skeletons that fell to the ground, forming a pile. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the power of the Blessed Land, the power of this world. As long as they were mortals, they could not resist it. Even GU immortals would be in a difficult situation. The lesson they received was deep enough. Until now, no GU masters had any designs on these towers. If we trace back to the source, the GU immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a Spacepath GU immortal. His name is no longer known. Thus, this blessed land is extremely vast, far surpassing other blessed lands of the same level. Before Giant Sun Immortal became an immortal, he luckily inherited this place and became the new owner of the blessed land. After Giant Sun became an immortal Venerable, he possessed supreme strength and set up a great method, establishing the tradition of the imperial court contest, which allowed this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Fang Yuan recalled in his mind as he flew. An immortal Venerable's methods had already surpassed his understanding. He did not know how Giant Sun Immortal did it, but under his control, imperial court blessed land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Hiss hiss hiss, after flying for an hour, passing countless towers, in the sky above a small valley, Fang Yuan was provoked by a giant python. This scarlet python was huge, at least 100 feet long, and its body was as thick as a tower. On its head, there was a sharp horn, and a pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Fang Yuan in the sky, flicking its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a strange purple color, with eerie blue flames coiling around it. Hey! It is a rare eerie fire dragon python. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Right at this moment, the giant python opened its mouth and spat out a lump of carriage-sized blue-purple flame. The flame rapidly approached, and the temperature in the air rose sharply. There were still hundreds of steps between them, but Fang Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of withering. The terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame could be seen. Fang Yuan lightly raised his eyebrows, and with a flap of his eagle wings, he flew up and easily dodged the attack of the flame. Killer move, Forearm Wind King. He activated more than 10 GU worms at the same time, and the crystal purple primeval essence in his aperture started to be consumed intensely. Beside him, 2 new bronze arms grew out. Then, like a falling star, he swooped down brazenly. Bam! He fiercely collided with the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in an intense battle. At once, smoke and dust rose, flames spewed everywhere, and the valley shook. The eerie fire dragon python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beasts had rank 4 battle strength, and the kings among them could match rank 5 GU masters. But Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, and after using the killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the eerie fire dragon python obediently hid, Fang Yuan might not have been able to find it if he was rushing. Now that it provoked him, Fang Yuan was excited, and used the modified killer move on it. 30 minutes later, the dust settled. Fang Yuan's body was charred black, and he stood in the almost completely collapsed valley. The broken rocks covered half of the eerie fire dragon python's body. Fang Yuan coughed several times, and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The modified killer move had much smaller repercussions than before. Of course, this was also because the eerie fire dragon python did not have the intelligence of a human, and could not analyze Fang Yuan's flaws from the battle. If the wind was suppressed, Fang Yuan would have much more worries. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court Blessed Land's environment was excellent, and there were many GU worms, thus the eerie fire dragon python had a large number of fire path GU worms. Some of them were of high value. Fang Yuan's killer move was sharp, but his defense against fire path was not outstanding. If he could save the effort of dodging the flames, the 30 minutes battle would be shortened by at least a third. Fang Yuan started to clean up the battlefield. This mutated beast king's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood was the best food to feed some bloodpath GU worms. Python skin, python tendons, and so on, if placed in a mortal market, would cause a huge commotion. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious, and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan dealt with it slightly, and to save time, he only placed the things he wanted into the GU and stored them. Eerie fire dragon pythons live in caves in the form of families. If there are dragon pythons young, I might be able to raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It would be a source of income in the future. Fang Yuan thought of this, and started to search around. Soon, he found something. Oh! So there is a GU master inheritance here. Fang Yuan did not find the little dragon python, but unexpectedly found a red boulder that resembled a fire lotus. With his experience, he soon found out that this was a GU master's method. When he got closer to the boulder, This fire lotus resembling boulder split apart layer by layer, like a blossoming fire lotus. The fire lotus boulder opened up completely, revealing the Gu worms inside, as well as the stone tablet. The stone tablet was one with the boulder, and Northern Plains words were carved on it. Fang Yuan saw everything, and immediately understood the whole story. The Fire Path Gu master who left behind this inheritance was called Huazheng Jun, a righteous rank 4 Gu master. He entered this valley by mistake, and was harmed by the eerie fire dragon python. Before dying from his injuries, he had no choice but to leave behind all his Gu worms, and set up this inheritance. In the future, if someone was fated to come here, then this set of Gu worms would belong to that fated person. Huazheng Jun had left behind 7 Gu worms. But after all these years, 4 had died, and only 3 were left. Among these 3 Gu worms, only one caught Fang Yuan's attention. It was the rank 4 Fire Pupil Gu. When a Gu master uses Fire Pupil Gu, wherever they look, flames would appear and burn their enemies. Such a convenient attack method was often hard to defend against. But there were flaws. For example, if it was activated continuously, the Gu master's eyes would be burnt. A good healing Gu had to be used, as well as other corresponding Gu worms to reduce this side effect. This Fire Pupil Gu was Huazheng Jun's core Gu worm. Other than the Gu worms he left behind, on the stone tablet, there were also Gu recipes that he remembered. Fang Yuan looked through them 3 times, and stored all the information into East Window Gu. Although he did not cultivate Fire Path, these Gu recipes were useful for his future Gu refinement, and even his cultivation, they would be useful as inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the Fire Pupil Gu, it was very valuable. According to this Gu recipe, rank 4 Fire Pupil Gu was refined from rank 3 Fire Eye Gu, together with Sight Strike Gu, and some related Gu refinement materials. Rank 3 Fire Eye Gu, Fang Yuan knew, it was a one-time use Gu, used for reconnaissance. It could transform its eyes into fire eyes, and have the ability to see through fog. It did not succeed every time, and once it failed, it would go blind. Fang Yuan also knew about Sight Strike Gu. Hey tribes, Hao Ji Liu had one. Hao Ji Liu had once used Sight Strike Gu together with rank 4 Swap Position Gu, using them together. Fang Yuan stored the Fire Pupil Gu. He did not plan to walk the fire path. Fire Pupil Gu was not compatible with his own path. Attacking methods, although convenient, were limited. They relied heavily on eye contact. In this world, there were too many Gu worms of all shapes and sizes. There were countless ways to block vision. There was no strongest Gu worm, only the strongest Gu master. Gu worms were only carriers of the Great Tao, they were essentially tools. When Gu masters used them together, they could form extraordinary effects. Some of the more outstanding combinations, which were hard to break, were killer moves. This means, this should be the first Gu master inheritance I obtained in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan thought about it, feeling it was interesting. Imperial Court Blessed Land had many Gu master inheritances. Because this place had the most favorable environment, many inheritances set up in the outside world were destroyed by calamities and beasts before they could find the fated person. Furthermore, all the Gu masters who entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were heroes who had gone through the baptism of war. Even if he wasn't a hero, he at least had some skill. Thus, there were many inheritances in Imperial Court Blessed Land. As long as one was fated, they could gain something. Fang Yuan stored the 3 Gu worms in his aperture, and destroyed the stone tablet. Finally, he continued his search. Sure enough, he found a cave entrance, and went deep underground. In the cave that was over 100 feet deep, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. This made him feel troubled. If they were young eerie fire dragon pythons, Fang Yuan could take them away and bring them to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, letting them hunt freely. But eerie fire dragon python eggs were not easy to hatch. They needed to be soaked in eerie fire and python blood day and night. After the little dragon python hatched, it would need to receive the teachings of the eerie fire dragon python, and learn how to use its own strength to hunt. Fang Yuan did not have the leisure to waste his precious time to incubate these few snake eggs. Without a choice, he could only keep these eggs. Soon after, he made his way out of the hot and stuffy cave. He didn't linger here any longer. He flew high into the sky and continued on his way. Chapter 555. Like this, Fang Yuan flew for another 3 days, but there was still no sign of the sacred palace. Fang Yuan thought, it seems that after I entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, I was sent to a very far place. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace in 3 days. On the way, Fang Yuan met many Jiyu masters and mortals. They were all members of He Tribe Alliance. After entering the Blessed Land, those with the ability gathered at the sacred palace. Those without the ability would choose a nearby place to stay. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe. There were large numbers of wild insects and fierce beasts. The arrival of He Tribe army broke the tacit understanding here, disrupting the territories of the beasts and insects. Thus, collisions and killings were unavoidable. But the overall environment was much better than the blizzard outside of northern plains. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw several scenes of massacres. Some were corpses of beasts, some were broken limbs and bones of humans. Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation was many times deeper than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have astronomical changes, but Imperial Court Blessed Land did. Moreover, Imperial Court Blessed Land had day and night. This might not be strange in the eyes of mortals. Because in the outside world of northern plains, it was also day and night, they were used to it. Only a knowledgeable person like Fang Yuan would know how precious this was. It was already rare for a blessed land to have astronomical changes. If it had day and night, it meant that this place already had a deep foundation, at least in terms of time path laws. Normally speaking, blessed lands with astronomical changes were first-grade blessed lands. Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land had not had astronomical changes yet. And having day and night was the characteristic of a grotto heaven. A blessed land was a small world, and above the blessed land, there were even more complete small worlds. They were grotto heavens. Imperial Court Blessed Land already had the characteristics of a grotto heaven. It was already a quasi-grotto heaven. Lang Ya Blessed Land had fallen from grotto heaven level. Even now, there was no distinction of day and night. Night descended. Fang Yuan looked at the sky. The glorious golden sky was slowly turning into an elegant silver. The day of Imperial Court Blessed Land was a glorious golden sky. At night, it was no longer pitch black. Instead, it was a silvery night. Flying high in the sky, Fang Yuan witnessed the changes in the sky with his own eyes. The silver light sprinkled down, but it didn't have the brilliance and heat of the golden radiance during the day. Instead, it was gentle and contained a hint of sharpness. Fang Yuan's flying speed gradually slowed down. He looked down, and after scanning for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his many years of experience, he knew that this gentle slope was a good campsite. However, he was not in a hurry to land. Instead, he circled around the gentle slope a few times, his body stretching freely like a bird. Finally, after confirming that the slope was safe and reliable, he slowly descended and retracted his wings. The broad and powerful eagle wings were as black as iron. After Fang Yuan stopped activating the Eagle Rise GU, it turned formless and dissipated in the air. Only 1 or 2 black feathers were left, scattered on the grass on the gentle slope. Fang Yuan willed and activated the Lizard House GU. Immediately, a mystical light shot out of his aperture and landed in front of him. The light expanded and expanded until it turned into an enormous Lizard House GU. The lizard opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, revealing the door in its mouth. Its tongue was like a flight of stairs on a red carpet. As Fang Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. When he entered the GU house, the door closed automatically. At the same time, the lizard's mouth closed, leaving no gap. Although Fang Yuan was full of energy, he was still a mortal. After his fatigue accumulated to a certain extent, he needed to rest properly to maintain his full mental and battle strength. Jar jar jar, not long after Fang Yuan entered the GU house, he heard noises coming from outside. His gaze flashed as he muttered, "Blissful snow bats again. Fang Yuan had already understood the pattern. Every time white night changed, a large group of blissful snow bats would fly out from the sky. Blissful snow bats were white as snow and had furry bodies. They did not look ugly like ordinary bats and were very cute. This beast group was huge. Each group had hundreds of thousands of them. Among them were large numbers of beast kings. Myriad beast kings were common, and there were even snowbat beast emperors. Even with Fang Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like four-arm wind king, he could not contend against them and could only retreat. Snowbats only hunted in the air, devouring the particles or flying insects in the air. The large lizard house GU was not in their food list. But for the sake of caution, Fang Yuan moved the large lizard house GU to the back of the gentle slope. The large lizard lowered its head and retracted its tail, curling into a ball. Looking from above, it looked like a large rock. Fang Yuan lay on the bed. Not long after he fell asleep, the cries of the blissful snowbats became hurried and noisy, and there seemed to be wolf howls mixed in. What's going on? Fang Yuan was startled by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from the bed, walking towards the window. In the silver night sky, two groups of beasts were fighting against each other. The snow-white group was a large group of blissful snowbats. The dark green group was an azure wolf group. Although they did not have as many numbers as the bat group, they were fierce and had great teamwork. Although there were many snowbats, under the attack of the wolf group, there were many casualties. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Azure wolves had the remnant bloodline of the desolate beast celestial wolf, thus they were born with the ability to float in the air. Adult azure wolves could display this talent to the fullest, and could run freely in the air. Azure wolves were elites. They were different from ordinary wolf groups. In an azure wolf group, each azure wolf was at least 100 beast king. Azure wolf groups were not large in size, but they had great battle strength. But no matter how strong a beast group was, they could not withstand the baptism of time and the turbulence of the mortal world. In the current northern plains sky, very few people could see the azure wolf's figure. Azure wolves were becoming rarer and rarer. They were already very rare. However, as the largest blessed land in northern plains, it was not strange for Imperial Court blessed land to have such a large azure wolf group. The wolf group fought fiercely. The bat group could not hold on any longer, leaving behind tens of thousands of bat corpses as they retreated pathetically. The azure wolf group, however, had few casualties. Most of the azure wolves landed on the ground and started to eat the warm bat corpses. Only a small portion of the azure wolf group floated in the air, looking around and maintaining their vigilance. Fang Yuan had a thought. After entering Imperial Court blessed land, my wolf group has scattered. Imperial Court blessed land is huge. I cannot gather all of them in a short time. This azure wolf group came at the right time. Not only can it fly, it can also keep up with my speed. It can also protect me. If I encounter a bat group in the future, I can just charge out. At this time, several azure wolves discovered Fang Yuan's large lizard house GU, and surrounded it. Fang Yuan left the GU house, keeping the large lizard house GU as he charged towards the myriad wolf king in the sky. The wolf group went into a frenzy, attacking Fang Yuan from all directions. But the azure wolves that had just eaten slowed down. Their desire to fight also fell by a level. To Fang Yuan, this was the best opportunity to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan snickered, turning left and right, his body twisting and turning in the sky. With his flying master attainment, these azure wolves could only eat his dust. The myriad wolf king that he targeted was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the battle earlier, it was at the front. It was injured and lost many wild GU. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to it, and knew about the wild GU it had. Charging in front of it, Fang Yuan activated four-arm wind king killer move, beating up the myriad wolf king. This unlucky myriad wolf king was beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to use rank 5 wolf enslavement GU, subduing it. Once it became Fang Yuan's subordinate, it howled, and a third of the azure wolf group also defected. Fang Yuan laughed. It was extremely dangerous to subdue the myriad wolf king under the attack of the wolf group, but now that he succeeded, it was a different story. With the wolf group, the situation turned around. Under Fang Yuan's control, the wolf group attacked left and right, cooperating with him, and soon surrounded the second azure myriad wolf king. The wild wolves attacked furiously, but Fang Yuan's subordinates formed a defensive line to protect themselves. He himself took action and fought with the myriad wolf king. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan successfully subdued the second azure myriad wolf king. The situation was settled. Seeing this scene, the last remaining myriad wolf king ran away, leading his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. Fang Yuan first stopped his bleeding and checked his injuries. After cleaning up the battlefield, he stored the large lizard house Jiyu and moved his camp. This slope emitted a thick stench of blood and soon attracted wave after wave of beast groups. If Fang Yuan was still there, he would not be able to bear the disturbance. 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours, before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But this time was different from the previous few days. Fang Yuan was surrounded by 2 azure myriad wolf kings, 38,000 beast kings, and 256,600 beast kings. It was a huge commotion. Like this, 6 days passed unknowingly. During this process, Fang Yuan found 3 inheritances. But they were all small inheritances. In his eyes, the gains were negligible. What was worth mentioning was that the wolf group had grown. On top of the 2 azure myriad wolf kings, another one was added. This way, Fang Yuan had 3 azure myriad wolf kings now. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true treasure land. There were many beast groups inside. Azure wolves, which were rare in northern plains, were commonly seen here. Other than the azure wolves, Fang Yuan also gathered a group of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves. These wolves were originally his subordinates, but after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan only gathered a small portion of them. Chapter 556. 2 days later, a tall mountain peak suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The dark blue mountain peak was like a lone vulture. It had a strange shape. Fang Yuan was slightly startled, but his gaze was filled with joy. This should be Xingju Peak. It seems my direction was correct. According to the description of Jiyu Immortal Lord Heaven Weeping in my previous life, Vulture's gaze was on the sacred palace. Imperial Court Blessed Land, in the eyes of Northern Plains people, had a sacred status. It was the symbol of their spirit. It was also the cradle that nurtured Northern Plains Jiyu Immortals. When Zhongzhou State invaded the Northern Plains, the first place to be attacked was this major strategic location. Due to their carelessness, Imperial Court Blessed Land was invaded by the allied army of Central Continent Jiyu Immortals. The sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into ruins. 88-point Zhenyang Tower became a lost cause, vanishing in the long river of history, making future generations sigh in regret. Lord Heaven Weeping was one of the Jiyu Immortals who participated in the assault on Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was based on the sneak attack methods of Central Continent Jiyu Immortals. Oh, there are people on Xingju Peak. Fang Yuan was about to ride the wolf group and cross Xingju Peak, when he suddenly stopped. At the peak of Xingju Peak, he saw many Jiyu masters. Among them were some familiar faces. He was not in a hurry. He rode the wolf group and landed on Xingju Peak. Pan Ping greets Wolf Wang Da brother Shan Yin. We meet again. Seeing Wolf King descend, the Jiyu masters felt a chill in their hearts. 2 leading Jiyu masters walked out. One was Pan Ping, who had made a fortune in this imperial court contest, and the other was one of the demonic path's twin demons, Zhu Zai, who was invited by Tai by Yunsheng. Pan Ping had rank 4 peak stage cultivation now, and with Soul Blade Jiyu, his battle strength could match some rank 5 Jiyu masters. As a rank 5 strength path expert, Zhu Zai specialized in close combat, thus he was more wary of Soul Blade Jiyu than ordinary people. After he entered Imperial Court, he split up with his partner Jiao Yang and rushed towards the sacred palace, arguing with Pan Ping along the way. We pay our respects to Wolf King. After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the other Jiyu masters paid their respects and knelt down on the ground. The battle with the Ma family had raised Fang Yuan's prestige to an unprecedented level, and he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person of the current generation. She suppressed He Lulan and even Yi Lui Sang, who possessed a fire path immortal Gu. If not for the fact that Chang Shan Yin did not have Huang Jin bloodline and He Lulan was the alliance leader, there might have been people shouting for the alliance to change leaders. Get up, there's no need to be so restrained. Fang Yuan sat on the back of an azure myriad wolf emperor and nodded lightly. He then asked bluntly, "Did you guys gather here because you found some inheritance?" Everyone could not help but groan inwardly. That was the truth. At first, some people discovered the inheritance on Xingzhou Peak, but they did not have the strength to take it. Helplessly, he called for the other Gu masters to work together. In the end, they lost several people. The discoverers were unwilling to accept their failure, so they searched everywhere for helpers. In the end, it attracted Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. The two fought for their own benefits, causing the situation to come to a deadlock, and finally, Fang Yuan encountered them. Now that Fang Yuan asked directly, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to lie, and could only explain the matter one after another. Wolf Wang Da, it is fortunate that you came. This inheritance opens once every 7 days, and when it opens, starlight will burst into the sky, revealing a starlight door. Not only is this opening very short, there will also be insect groups that will rush out of the starlight door, blocking our entry. Pan Ping smiled as he introduced. There is only a short while left before the inheritance opens. Lord Chang Shan Yin, since you are here, I represent all the Gu masters here to request for you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with a sincere expression. Pan Ping's lips twitched, and he looked at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai is a demonic path expert. He is actually so obsequious. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Although Wolf King is strong, one day, I, Pan Ping, will also reach his level. Pan Ping was young, and still had some pride in his heart, but he did not show it, and instead lowered his head, expressing his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path Gu master, and naturally had a clear understanding of the situation, and knew the principle of being flexible. Fang Yuan agreed without hesitation, and immediately became the person in charge here. As time passed, everyone saw starlight slowly spreading to the peak. When the time came, the starlight majestically rushed up, piercing through the sky. A small door slowly opened under the dazzling starlight. Buzz buzz buzz, a large number of insects gushed out like a tide. These insects were of different colors, and there were many wild Gu among them. Although they were ferocious, they only surrounded the starlight door, and did not pounce towards the group. Evidently, this was a test. Fang Yuan observed carefully, and laughed inwardly. This insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with everyone's strength, they could overcome it. But Pan Ping and Zhu Zai were fighting amongst themselves, and their strength was scattered. Everyone supported one side, and no one was willing to give way, thus Fang Yuan managed to catch up. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, and saw that their expressions were somewhat ugly. Fang Yuan did not care about this, and directly ordered, when these insects show their might, they are more difficult to deal with than beast groups. Listen to my arrangements, and we can reduce our losses, and deal with them calmly. Everyone quickly agreed. Next, they were led around by Fang Yuan, and attacked in sections, luring the insects away, and killing them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, more than half of the insects were lured away, and a huge hole appeared in the tight defensive line. Pan Ping was overjoyed. Wolf Wang Da is truly amazing. We were all blinded by a single leaf. Actually, exterminating the insects is not important. The key is to open a path. This way, we have plenty of time. Zhu Zai also sighed. With Wolf Wang Da leading us, it is our fortune. But soon after, Fang Yuan said, "Stay here and restrain the insects, do not make any mistakes. I will be back soon." Saying so, he drove the wolf group towards the starry door. This, Wolf Wang Da. Zhu Zai's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Yuan to take everything for himself. Pan Ping also stared with wide eyes, feeling indignant. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan first used an azure wolf to scout the path, and seeing that there was no danger, he rode the azure wolf king and entered the door. Of course, he left behind most of the azure wolf group to guard the door, forming a defensive line and protecting their path of retreat. Isn't Wolf King said to be proud and aloof? How can he be so shameless? This inheritance is very powerful. We were the ones who discovered it first, but Chang Shan Yin got it first. Chang Shan Yin is the great Wolf King. He actually left us here. Everyone was filled with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Lord Pan Ping, should we charge in as well? A rank 3 GU master's eyes moved as he ran towards Pan Ping, urging him. Pan Ping snorted, raising his leg and kicking him away, saying fiercely, "If you want to go, you can charge in." "What, you want to use me as a weapon?" "Lord, you misunderstood, I wouldn't dare." The rank 3 GU master quickly complained. "Scram!" Pan Ping shouted, clenching his fists tightly. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the starlight door. The hole was already empty, but now it was blocked by the Azure Wolf Group. 2 myriad Wolf Kings, dozens of thousand Wolf Kings, over 300 Wolf Kings, and over 200 in the air. Pan Ping could not charge in at such a scale. His thoughts changed as he looked at Zhu Zai, saying in a mocking tone, "This is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice." Zhu Zai looked at Pan Ping coldly. He could see through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted in disdain in his heart. This Pan Ping is still young, and has just made a name for himself recently. He is so impetuous. He is actually encouraging me to work together with him to break through the Wolf Group's defense. So naive. Is the Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if the Wolf King left behind an ordinary night wolf, I wouldn't dare to make a move. This scoundrel really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When Pan Ping saw that Zhu Zai was ignoring him, he snorted angrily and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Back to Fang Yuan, after entering the starlight door, came to a courtyard. The courtyard style was peculiar. It was made entirely of blue metal. Its shape was strange and abstract, not in the style of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and entered. The courtyard was bathed in a thin layer of light, mysterious and beautiful. At first, Fang Yuan was very careful, but after some exploration, he did not find any tests or traps. There were 6 rooms in the courtyard, all of which were explored by Fang Yuan one by one. So this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Do Minute Jun over 100 years ago. Fang Yuan received the entire inheritance of the courtyard's owner, and knew this person's identity. Do Minute Jun was a rank 5 GU master. He had never married in his life, and was a maverick. He was known as the Wandering Lone Star. He was a famous poet immortal in Northern Plains. His poems were mostly about the starry sky, expressing his longing for his hometown, and his powerless struggle against fate. He was aloof, detached from the mortal world. In his life, he was pursued by many Northern Plains girls, and even men, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Later generations evaluated him, praising him. He was immersed in his own world. Although his body was in Northern Plains, his heart was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plainsman, he was a poet immortal who was banished from the starry sky to the mortal world. So Do Minute Jun chose to commit suicide here. Fang Yuan sighed. Do Minute Jun could not bear the melancholy in his heart, and established his final residence on Xingju Peak, taking the initiative to end his life here. And he left behind countless poems for future generations to recite and revere. Do Minute Jun had outstanding talent, and left behind a rich inheritance. The first to bear the brunt was a emotion poetry GU. Emotion poetry GU was used to store emotions, and was on the same level as painting will GU. They were both wisdom path GU. They were very rare, and had high value. Next, there were large numbers of star path GU worms. They were numerous and varied. It could basically be an exhibition of all the star path GU in Northern Plains. This made Fang Yuan feel astonished. It seems this Do Minute Jun had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he have so many and such a complete collection of star path GU worms? He actually created a whole set of star GU recipes. Fang Yuan looked at the recipes, and found Do Minute Jun was indeed a genius. He created a new set of GU, from rank 1.5 star GU, to rank 2 stars shining GU, to rank 3 stars in the sky GU, to rank 4 stars cube GU, and finally to rank 5 stars aligned GU. Chapter 557. Although I am not a Star Path GU master, refining this set of Star GU will be extremely helpful in opening the Stargate and connecting to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a slight joy in his heart. He had spent a huge investment to nurture some Starlight Firefly GU in Hu immortal blessed land. He also got many air bubble fish to raise the Starlight Firefly goose production rate. But even so, the Starlight Firefly goose consumption was too fast. Every time he opened the Stargate, he would lose large numbers of Starlight Firefly GU. And nurturing Starlight Firefly GU required a lot of time. Fang Yuan had it better in northern plains. At least one of the Stargates could use the starlight in the night sky. But in Imperial Court blessed land, there was no starlight to draw upon. Thus, once he opened the Stargate, he would need to expend even more Starlight Firefly GU. But if he refined this set of GU that amplified the power of Star Path, one Starlight Firefly GU would have the effect of several Starlight Firefly GU. This way, the expenditure would be reduced by several times. Moreover, this GU recipe is quite interesting. Its way of thinking is different from the mainstream view. It is like an analogy of scientific data from Earth. To think that poet immortal Du Minute Jun had such a wondrous idea. Fang Yuan deduced a part of poet immortal's wisdom from the GU recipe. After ransacking these few rooms, Fang Yuan leisurely returned the way he came. Du Minute Jun was a righteous path GU master. The inheritance he left behind was a righteous path inheritance, thus there was only one test. It was not difficult. When Fang Yuan returned to the mountain top, the insect group that was making things difficult for everyone had already dispersed. Lord Chang Shan Yin, you are finally out. I wonder what gains Lord had inside. Pan Ping's expression was gloomy as he walked forward. His meaning was clear. You Wolf King ate the meat, you should at least let us have some soup. Ha ha ha, congratulations to Wolf Wang Da, obtaining this inheritance is like adding wings to a tiger. Zhu Zai cupped his fists in celebration, not mentioning the matter of splitting the inheritance. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was created by poet immortal Du Minute Jun. There are still many treasures left inside. You can go and take them. Saying so, he sat on Azure Myriad Wolf King and rose into the sky. Pan Ping saw that the situation was bad and quickly shouted, Sir Chang Shan Yin, we worked hard to restrain the swarm for you, and you took the essence of the inheritance. According to the rules, you should at least give us some compensation. Compensation? Fang Yuan pressed down on the wolf's head and floated in the air, looking at the single-blade general with a faint smile. What kind of compensation do you want? Fang Yuan asked. Pan Ping requested with an expressionless face, it's hard to say what kind of compensation it is. My lord, why don't you show us your inheritance and let us evaluate it together? He. Fang Yuan laughed, saying to Pan Ping in an amiable manner, look at this compensation, do you like it? Saying that, with a single thought, the Azure Wolf Pack stared at Pan Ping, surrounding him from the ground and the sky. Pan Ping's expression suddenly changed. He held the handle of the golden saber with one hand and exclaimed, Wolf Wang Da, what are you doing? Fang Yuan sat upright on the wolf's back, looking down at the single-blade general below him, and only sneered. Howl. The Azure Wolf Pack charged towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping was shocked. He blocked left and right, using all his strength. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he had made a fortune from the war, his GU worms were of high quality and comprehensive, his battle strength had far surpassed before. But the Azure Wolf was not an ordinary wild wolf. Each of them was at least 100 Wolf King. This meant that they had large numbers of wild GU worms on them. After Pan Ping killed a few Azure Wolves, he could not hold on any longer, his body was bathed in blood, he was in danger. Lord Wolf King, aren't you being too overbearing? I'm your comrade, are you trying to put me to death? He shouted loudly, using righteousness to pressure the other party. The other GU masters did not know what to do. Fang Yuan's overbearing attitude made them feel disgusted. But because of their strength, they did not dare to say anything. Wolf Wang Da, please calm down. Pan Ping does not know the immensity of heaven and earth, he offended Lord with his words, but what kind of person is Lord, why bother with a junior like him? Zhu Zai quickly persuaded. Pan Ping was He Lolan's favorite general. It was said that he had already been absorbed into He tribe. If he died here, when He Lulan pursues the matter, it would not do anything to Chang Shan Yin, but it would not be good for Zhu Zai. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. Zhu Zai, you are thinking too much. I am not angry. Fang Yuan smiled lightly at Zhu Zai. Under his control, the Azure Wolf Pack's attacks became more ferocious. Zhu Zai was anxious, and was inwardly shocked at Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. On the other side, Pan Ping was in a critical situation. He activated the single blade GU, but he could only protect himself. He could not break out of the Wolf Pack's encirclement. Wolf Wang Da, please have mercy. Pan Ping is going to die. Pan Ping is going to die. Zhu Zai's expression was one of panic as he pleaded again. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his attacks, sighing to Zhu Zai, "Sigh, it is not that I am ruthless, but this junior does not know how to respect his elders. If I do not teach him a lesson today, will he turn the world upside down in the future?" Yes, 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 Lord is right. Zhu Zai quickly nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan waved his hand. The Azure Wolf Pack's attacks stopped as they retreated, but the encirclement did not disperse. Once the outside pressure was gone, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw his expression and smiled. "It seems you are not convinced. Maybe my lesson was not enough. What do you think, Zhu Zai?" Zhu Zai's body shook. He could clearly sense the hidden killing intent in Fang Yuan's calm gaze. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Enough, enough. Pan Ping has already received enough of a lesson." Pan Ping quickly apologized to Wolf Wang Da. Pan Ping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After a few breaths of silence, he finally closed his eyes and said with difficulty, "Wolf Wang Da, I was wrong." But he was screaming in his heart, "Today's humiliation, I will return it to you in the future. Wolf King, remember this. Not just anyone can humiliate me." Pan Ping was originally a cautious and low-profile person, but his experience in the imperial court contest had ignited the pride in his heart. Especially when he was killed by 3 heads 6 arms in the battle with Liu tribe, but was revived by Tai by Yunsheng using man as before Jiyu. This experience of coming back from the dead had caused his temperament to change, giving him a feeling of destiny. According to the rules, I should have checked my gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing. You will definitely regret what you did today. Although you are strong now, you only started cultivating a few years earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return today's humiliation to you." Pan Ping shouted in his heart. Fang Yuan naturally did not know what he was thinking, but Fang Yuan had no interest in understanding what he was thinking. If I had killed him on the spot, He Lulan would not pursue the matter. But this is a blatant demonic act. It does not match my identity. Moreover, it is of no benefit to my next plan. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for later. Pan Ping only had that soul blade GU on him that could catch Fang Yuan's attention. But even if he killed him now, he would not be able to obtain this GU. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "Since you admitted your mistake, that is good, it means you have finally realized my good intentions. A junior should act like a junior. Do you understand now?" I understand." Pan Ping shut his eyes tightly. He squeezed out the words from his gritted teeth in anger. Fang Yuan sneered. He was well aware of his emotions but did not expose him. He only nodded and continued, "Very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to properly educate you, I have spent a lot. Look at the wolf corpses on the ground, there are 15 of them." "What?" Pan Ping was furious. He suddenly opened his eyes. "What, you are not willing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. His gaze towards Pan Ping was filled with undisguised mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing." Pan Ping took a few deep breaths. He finally nodded and agreed. "Millimeter, this is the attitude a junior should have." Fang Yuan chuckled. His smile was very kind and amiable. But in everyone's eyes, it was even scarier. "It is all thanks to Lord's teachings." Zhu Zai flattered at the side. "Millimeter, of course." Fang Yuan did not pass on this responsibility. He smiled and accepted all this hypocritical flattery. Next, he looked at everyone. What about you guys? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Everyone quickly said they did not dare. Their faces were pale and their bodies were shivering. They were greatly frightened. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, extorting Pan Ping's GU recipes and several GU worms in front of everyone. Pan Ping was shaking from anger. The GU worms that Fang Yuan chose were crucial to his GU worm combinations. Without them, Pan Ping's battle strength would fall by 2 levels. After toying with Pan Ping for a while, Fang Yuan felt satisfied. He patted the wolf's head and flew into the sky. Let's do this. There are still many good things inside. They are all unique. Go ahead and take them. Everyone heard this and their spirits rose. Many people could not help but think, Wolf Wang Da still has feelings for people. It is natural for him to take the biggest share. Lord Pan Ping is too arrogant. Only when Fang Yuan and the Azure Wolf Group's figures disappeared into the horizon, did everyone dare to move towards the Starlight Door. In terms of seniority, Zhu Zai and Pan Ping were naturally the first to go. The two first entered the courtyard, but only found Do-Minute Jun's poems. As for the GU worms and GU recipes, they were all taken away by Fang Yuan long ago. Not a trace was left. Wolf Wang Da is right. These are all unique treasures. Zhu Zai waved the poetry book in his hand, smiling bitterly. Pan Ping, who was filled with hope and wanted to get some benefits from this to make up for his losses, had an ashen expression. Goo! Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot from anger. A few days later. According to my speed, I should be close to the sacred palace. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King's back as he estimated. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he stared fixedly at the ground below. Hey! This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. Chapter 558. Fang Yuan looked down at the ground, only to see a mound, standing tall on the ground. The mound did not have a solid peak, there was a hole on it, revealing a huge hole that seemed to lead underground. And around this mound was a swamp. In the swamp, there were sparse small trees. At the southwest corner, there was a river. The river was not clear, but it flowed for a long time, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. Light in the soil, shine as high as 1,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms. Looking at this terrain, Fang Yuan could not help but think of this phrase. Is this the location of Di Chio inheritance? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, he came to a realization. Back then, he had obtained information about Di Chio inheritance from a fake grey-white stone slab. The painting Will Gu on the grey-white stone slab directly sent this map into the depths of his mind. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. Even if he wanted to forget it, he could not. He flapped his wings, flying around in the air, confirming that this terrain was the same as the one in his mind. So it was like this. I had my doubts earlier. Using the terrain as a clue to the inheritance is usually not reliable. If this inheritance was set up in the outside world of Northern Plains, it would be easily destroyed by external forces, changing the terrain. But in this imperial court-blessed land, it is different. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This imperial court-blessed land opens once every 10 years. The victors of the imperial court contest would swarm in, maybe because of the battles and other reasons, the terrain would change. But when imperial court-blessed land closes, the terrain would slowly return to normal. 10 years later, when imperial court-blessed land opens again, it would return to its original state. Di Chio inheritance, since it was set up in imperial court-blessed land, and even had the ingenuity to tamper with the fake grey-white stone slab. The inheritance owner spent so much effort, the inheritance inside should not be bad. With such a thought, Fang Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the hole in the mound for a while, he summoned several azure wolves and sent them into the hole. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure wolf returned to Fang Yuan's side unscathed. This deep cave looked pitch black from the outside, but deep inside, it was covered in glimmering moss, so it was not dark at all. There was nothing in the cave. The air was moist, and there were only rocks and moss. Fang Yuan also personally went down to investigate, But he also did not find anything. He frowned slightly and walked out again. He was already mentally prepared for this outcome. This inheritance isn't simple. If it were so easy to obtain, it would have been taken by someone else long ago. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this inheritance has been taken by someone else. However, Fang Yuan secretly analyzed that the possibility of this was very small. There are at least two conditions to come here. The first was to coincidentally obtain clues to the inheritance, and to appraise the grey-white slate. Only a GU master proficient in appraisal could do it. Secondly, a GU master must be able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. This means that you need to survive in the battle for the Imperial Court and have a unique vision in order to become the victor. This inheritance isn't simple at all. It seems that to obtain this inheritance, I need to decipher the password. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. Light in the soil, radiance reaching 100,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What was the meaning of this password? Fang Yuan thought hard, but could not get an answer. His mind was filled with complex thoughts, without any clues. Forget it, I'll leave it at that. I still have some time left in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, leading the wolf group towards the sacred palace at the center of the Blessed Land. That was the main point of his plan. He had spent so much time in hiding, it was to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Obtaining landscape as before Immortal GU was his main goal. Other than that, it was Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance in 88 Point Zhenyang Tower. Not just him, most GU masters with ambition and ability would rush towards the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace was the core of Imperial Court Blessed Land, and also the place where the essence was. The Sacred Palace was one of the 4 above-ground chambers of Giant Sun Immortal, and also the most important one. The other chambers were located in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border. And in Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal had an even grander and more glorious heavenly chamber, located in Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 GU masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 traversed the long river of history, from the remote Antiquity era to Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. Each of them was an expert of their own era, invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their own specialties and differences. The bloodthirsty spectral soul demon Venerable, the mysterious red lotus demon Venerable, the intelligent star constellation Immortal Venerable, the indifferent paradise earth Immortal Venerable. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal was also an extremely legendary character. He was a demonic path GU master, born in Northern Plains. His life was filled with endless blessings and good luck. Not only could he turn calamities into blessings, he could even turn calamities into blessings. After he became a demonic path GU immortal, he wandered around amorous, nobody could stop him. Even the number 1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, was taken in as his concubine. Because of this, he was recruited by Spirit Affinity House as an external supreme elder, turning into the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal was a playboy by nature. After becoming an Immortal Venerable, he went to Immortal Court and became a 4th-generation Immortal King. He built 5 chambers and had tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was over 1,000 years old, he even recruited girls from all over the world to fill his harem. Thus, among all the venerables, he had the most children. He had too many children, he could not even name most of them. These children had once spread all over the 5 regions, but now, most of them were gathered in Northern Plains. The GU master tribes that had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Family is the world. Beauty is a woman's natural dowry. I wish I could marry all the women in the world. These were his famous sayings. Even though the world changed and time passed, the mark he left in history was still shining brightly. Especially in Northern Plains, the Huangjin tribes controlled the entire situation. Giant Sun Immortal still influenced every generation. Sacred Palace, Central Control Great Hall. Night. Silver light shone brightly, shining on He Lolan's face. He raised his head, looking at the plaque on the central control Great Hall. His muscular body that resembled a bear stood silently in the silver light. As the leader of the Alliance forces, he had the Huang Jin bloodline. The moment he entered Imperial Court-blessed land, he entered the sacred palace. The plaque on the central control Great Hall was extremely huge. It was 60 meters long and 80 meters wide. There were 3 words written on it: "Family is the world." The golden light was like glass, dazzling to the eyes. The central control Great Hall was grand, as if it was the residence of a giant. Compared to this huge plaque, He Lolan's fat body seemed very small. Family is the world. He raised his head, his expression was extremely complicated. There was hatred, admiration, anger, and indifference. Lord. Cunning Lord's grandson Shahan walked over slowly, calling out softly, "What is it?" He Lulan turned around. His expression had already been retracted, changing back to his usual wild, boorish, and violent self. Cunning Lord did not suspect anything. He took out a letter from his chest, reporting, "This is a letter sent by Soul Blade General Pan Ping not long ago." In the letter, he accused Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, saying that he coveted the inheritance and extorted it publicly. His actions are extremely vile. He hopes Lord can uphold justice. Oh! He Lulan stretched out his fat right hand. Cunning Lord quickly handed over the letter with both hands. "Lord, it is not me speaking out of turn. This Chang Shan Yin is getting more and more overboard. He even bullied and humiliated his own comrades. Sigh, Lord Pan Ping has good intentions. He originally had an inheritance. He wanted to share it with Chang Shan Yin because of old friendships. But he was treated like this. Werewolf Chang Shan Yin's contribution is established, but this does not mean he can do whatever he wants. If everyone behaved like him, wouldn't it be a mess?" Cunning Lord took the chance when He Lulan was reading the letter to carefully speak from the side. He Lulan snorted coldly, stretching out his hand again. "Give it to me." "Ah, Lord, you are." Cunning Lord was confused. This letter is only Pan Ping's side of the story. There should also be a letter from Zhu Zai. He Lolan's gaze was sharp. Cunning Lord immediately smiled. "Lord, you are really wise. I admire you from the bottom of my heart." He Lulan took the second letter, his gaze sweeping through the contents. He was expressionless, making Sun Shahan unable to decipher his thoughts. This letter was nothing more than Zhu Zai claiming credit, but together with the first letter, He Lulan had a general understanding of the situation. He clenched his hand, and the 2 letters were corroded by a layer of dark light, turning into dregs. When Pan Ping and the rest arrive at the sacred palace, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lulan instructed. "Yes, Lord." Cunning Lord bowed and accepted the order, but after waiting for a while, he did not hear He Lolan's next words. He raised his head curiously, asking, "Lord, will that Wolf King Chang Shan Yin not be punished?" "Punishment? What a joke." He Lulan laughed. "Why should I punish him? If it were me, I would also swallow this inheritance. It's just that his table manners are somewhat ugly." Sun Shahan was not resigned. He urged, "Lord, this subordinate has a different idea. This Wolf King Chang Shan Yin is arrogant and unruly. You cannot be so arrogant and spoil him. Although he made great contributions, without the support of Lord's tribe, how could he have so many wolf groups? And he is the hero of Northern Plains. His reputation is very high. If Lord does not punish him, he might become even worse in the future. In the end, his contributions might even surpass his master. Everyone knows Chang Shan Yin's name, but they do not know Lord." "Ha ha ha. Lord, why are you laughing? Shahan, you are thinking too much. Once this matter happens, what good reputation will Chang Shan Yin have left? Bullying the weak and coveting the inheritance will only cause his reputation to fall. Moreover, he does not have Huang Jin bloodline. Without a guest token, he cannot enter True Yang building." After pausing for a while, He Lulan continued, "From this matter, we can see that Chang Shan Yin is also a mortal. He has desires and selfishness. This is good. Moreover, I still have Chang tribe and GE tribe in my hands. He is already rank 5 peak stage. A genius like him will definitely want to advance further. But as for how to advance to Gu Immortal, I will only reveal it to him after he joins He tribe. I know you do not have a good impression of Chang Shan Yin, but when I challenge True Young Building, I will need him. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. Cunning Lord lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. Millimeter, you may leave. Chapter 559. Wind was howling in his ears. The golden sky was glorious. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Wolf King's back. The wind blew his hair back. His gaze was solemn, showing a pondering expression. These last few days, he had been trying to comprehend the secret language of Di Chio inheritance, but there was no progress. A splendid palace gradually appeared at the end of their vision, with a flat, circular roof. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's gaze moved over, putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. A trace of emotion flashed past his face. The sacred palace, he had finally arrived. As Fang Yuan got closer, a majestic palace slowly showed itself. It had 8 floors, over 800 meters tall. The first floor, which was the bottom floor, had the largest area. The second floor was above the first floor, and so on for the third floor. Every floor had walls that formed concentric circles. The snow-white walls were 10 meters thick. The walls were connected without any gaps. On the city wall, there were 7 colored towers spaced at certain intervals. Each tower had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. They were separated from each other. Stacked on top of one another, the entire Saint Palace resembled a towering mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, the entire sacred palace seemed to have risen from the ground, appearing out of nowhere and piercing the heavens. Majestic, sacred palace. Even though Fang Yuan was knowledgeable, he was in awe at this sight. What is flying in the sky? The Wolf King is here. Just like the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fang Yuan's appearance attracted the attention of the Gu masters in the sacred palace. Right now, there were over 10,000 people stationed in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they were near the sacred palace. Thus, they arrived earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lulan had already instructed them. The Gu masters in charge of receiving quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the entrance of the first floor. The moment the myriad Wolf King under Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the guide Gu master went up and greeted, "Wolf Wang Da, you have returned. This lowly one is fortunate enough to be responsible for guiding you into the city. Your residence is on the 8th floor, and your room has already been cleaned for you. Millimeter, no rush. Show me around first." Fang Yuan nodded and got off the Azure Wolf. Out of respect for the giant Sun Immortal, no one was allowed to ride mounts in the sacred palace. They could only walk on foot. "Yes, sir. It's my honor." He followed the guide Gu master into the sacred palace. There were many pavilions and courtyards in the Saint Palace. Looking from the outside, the eaves were protruding outwards, the corners of the house were tilted upwards, and the copper tiles were gilded with gold. It was magnificent. All the buildings were built together and connected layer by layer. Some places were vast, bright, and grand. On the other hand, there were other places where corridors crisscrossed, palaces were everywhere, and space twisted and turned unfathomably. In the interior of the pavilion, be it the pillars or the beams, they were all covered with brightly colored paintings and carvings, full of the atmosphere of luxury and wealth. "Lord, this is Joy Palace. The great ancestor Giant Sun is currently residing in the sacred palace, and every day, he would hold a grand musical celebration in this palace. According to historical records, in every celebration, there would be large numbers of concubines competing to perform a dance, hoping to win ancestor Giant Sun's favor. Lord, this is Spring Soup Palace. It has the largest hot spring in Northern Plains. Every 7 days, ancestor Giant Sun would invite hundreds or even thousands of concubines to soak in the water and play. This is Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. Ancestor Giant Sun had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning, the meat forest would produce all kinds of delicious meat fruits. And every night, The wine pool would produce all kinds of fragrant wine. The guide Gu master introduced everything they went to. He was quite eloquent. Fang Yuan strolled leisurely as he looked around, feeling it was quite interesting. At the 4th floor of the sacred palace, the guide Gu master brought Fang Yuan to the main hall. Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of the sacred palace, painting palace. Ancestor Giant Sun had many talents, and was especially skilled in painting beauties. The murals in this palace were all painted by him alone. Please come this way. The guide Gu master opened the side door of the palace, and invited Fang Yuan in. The sacred palace's 8 main palaces all had main doors, but only Giant Sun Immortal could enter and exit them. Although Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, this rule was still passed down. Later generations followed this rule, and also expressed their reverence and love towards Giant Sun Immortal. After entering the palace, the grand murals immediately filled Fang Yuan's vision. There was nothing in the painting palace, only the surrounding walls. On these walls, all kinds of beauties were painted, some were seductive and enchanting, some were pure as water, some were grinning happily, some had their heads lowered in deep thought. All of their expressions were alluring, and there were over 80,000 of them. The women who could be recorded in the painting palace were all Ancestor Giant Sun's favorites for a period of time. At that time, to be personally painted by an immortal Venerable was the greatest glory of all the women in the world. Ancestor Giant Sun had countless concubines, and those who could be recorded here were all elites. Their beauty can be considered to have been preserved forever. The guide Gu master said this with a look of reminiscence on his face. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at it silently while thinking, it is not to the extent of being preserved forever. At least in the 500 years of my previous life, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Central Continent Gu Immortals, and the sacred palace became extinct. Sigh, true eternal life, even an immortal Venerable cannot achieve it. When bystanders came here, they would be captivated by the sacred palace's luxurious and grand aura. Even if they were not mesmerized by it, they would feel reverence in their hearts. But Fang Yuan could sense a trace of decay from this glory. Without eternal life, so what if one was an immortal Venerable? The glorious giant sun that had existed for thousands of years had now vanished into thin air. The traces left behind were like proof, but to Fang Yuan, this proof was filled with the feeling of failure, and carried faint mockery and sorrow. The pleasure of touring was over. Let's go, bring me to the 8th floor's residence. Fang Yuan sighed, instructing. The guide Gu master quickly retracted his mesmerized expression, hesitating. But Lord, the sacred palace has countless grand sights, we have only just started. Other than these, there is Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Charm Palace, and Pure Truth Palace. There is also Unique Fragrance Palace, female variant humans lived there in the past, and even hairy men were there. There is also Jade Statue Palace, it uses soft jade to make statues of beauties for the ancestor to enjoy. The guide Gu master was anxious, with his identity, he could not enter the places he mentioned. He wanted to use this chance to feast his eyes. But Fang Yuan did not fulfill this small wish of his. Giant Sun Immortal rarely descended to the lower realm in his later years, and stayed in the sacred palace. He stayed in longevity heaven, living in seclusion. And every year, Northern Plains would choose a large number of women for him to fill the sacred palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal came to the sacred palace, he did not have any luck with these women. He built 88-point Zhenyang Tower, and after setting the rules of the Imperial Court contest, he completely disappeared, vanishing from the eyes of the world. The sacred palace thus withered, those pitiful beautiful women were like canaries trapped in a cage. Although Imperial Court Blessed Land was big, there was no freedom, no matter how big it was still a cage. In the end, they stayed here obediently, wasting away their youth. They could not escape, and no one dared to save them. Under the glory of Giant Sun Immortal, countless women's pain, resentment, and sorrow were buried. And in Fang Yuan's eyes, the sacred palace did not have much value. It was only the inheritance of Giant Sun ancestor. No Gu master dared to leave behind an inheritance here. And the valuable items left behind back then had already been plundered by the generations of Gu masters. Even when the central continent GU immortals searched together, they could not find anything. The only valuable place in the sacred palace was also the entire imperial court-blessed land. No, more accurately speaking, it was the most valuable place in the whole of Northern Plains. That was the top of the 8th floor 88-point Zhenyang Tower, the GU house that Giant Sun Immortal had suggested, and Long Hair Ancestor had personally refined. Rank 8 Immortal GU. But now was not the time yet. The top of the 8th floor was empty. Only when the 10-year blizzard erupts would 88-point Zhenyang Tower gradually appear. In the following days, Fang Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for the opening of True Young Building. The Azure Wolf Group was handed to others to manage. There was no need for Fang Yuan to worry about it. During this period, He Lulan sent people to summon him, revealing her intention to recruit him. Join He tribe and become an external elder. Facing this suggestion, Fang Yuan said he would consider it, showing a moved expression. But the truth was, he would never do that. Human skin GU could disguise him as the Wolf King, but it was a mortal GU after all. It could be exposed by the investigation of an immortal GU. Recruiting external elders was a common trick of the superforces in Northern Plains. This way, demonic path GU immortals could be converted into righteous path strength. It would be extremely helpful to the Huang Jin tribes in controlling Northern Plains. As for the matter on Xingju Peak, He Lulan did not mention a word. Instead, there was a wave of rumors that started to spread, saying how tyrannical Wolf King was, how vile Fang Yuan's performance on Xingju Peak was, how he used his strength to bully the weak. The description was exaggerated, but it seemed to be true. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Someone was clearly manipulating him from behind the scenes to ruin his reputation. Pan Ping is very likely. Sun Shahan and the rest also have motives. Even He Lulan is involved. But even if my reputation is ruined, so what? In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had a terrible reputation, a demonic path GU master who flirted everywhere. But now, he was an immortal venerable that everyone respected. He had a harem. How many girls had he trampled on? How much happiness had he destroyed? But even until today, no one dared to criticize him. Strength was the foundation of everything in this world. On Earth, gossip was a fearful thing. 3 people would become a tiger. That was because everyone was immortal. The rules of the world were different. It could not allow an individual to have strength that surpassed the masses. But here, it was not so. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, the golden sky suddenly began to sway slightly like water. The whole ground started to shake. Wind blew in the air. A ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly appeared at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 10 minutes before fading away. In the place that was originally empty, a tower appeared. Chapter 560. This was a tower. It was shaped like a bamboo shoot, tall and thin, standing upright. The tower's silhouette flickered and was multicolored, like a lump of turret-shaped ink liquid that was constantly moving. This is the initial form of 88-point Zhenyang Tower. When the outside world is filled with storms and snow covers Northern Plains, the small towers in Imperial Court-blessed land will sink into the ground. Only then will 88-point Zhenyang Tower stabilize layer by layer. At that time, I can enter and explore inside. Fang Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence, looking towards the direction of the dome. Right now, the sacred palace was filled with cheers and gasps. GU masters were cheering and jumping, while many mortals were kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves and praising the greatness of Giant Sun Immortal. But even if 88-point Zhenyang Tower forms, I cannot enter. Because I am not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal, I do not have his bloodline. To enter, I need He Lulan to obtain the guest token. No rush. How can True Young Tower be so easy to enter? He Lulan will need an external help like me sooner or later. A moment later, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his residence. He closed the door of this small hall, and the cheers outside immediately weakened. Arriving at a special cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan sat on a cushion. My 2 apertures have already advanced to rank 5 peak stage. In enslavement path, I have Azure Wolf Group, and in Strength Path, I have Forearm Wind King. Together with my battle experience, I am already at the peak of mortals. But to deal with GU immortals, Fang Yuan's brows gradually furrowed. He was deeply aware of the huge gap between immortals and mortals. To fight against immortals as a mortal was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Right now, the best situation for him was that Tai Bai Yunsheng already had the immortal GU recipe of landscape as before in his mind. Fang Yuan could not make a move in Northern Plains, but in the future, it would be very convenient to make a move in 88-point Shenyang Tower. Using GU worms, he stole Tai Bai Yunsheng's river as before and mountain as before GU, and then stole the immortal GU recipe from his mind. With such sufficient conditions, Fang Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had yet to become an immortal, and use the third request from the land spirit of Langya to ask him to refine landscape as before GU. But for Tai Bai Yunsheng, as a mortal, the possibility of him having this immortal GU recipe, landscape as before, in his mind was almost zero. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was formed when he became a GU immortal. Heaven and earth resonated, the Tao marks attracted each other, and the two GU merged to form an immortal GU. Fang Yuan was cautious by nature and never placed all his hopes on the vague future. If the situation turns bad, I will have to deal with GU immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. At that point, I could only rely on myself. The Azure Wolves and the Four-Armed Wind King are clearly not enough. Fang Yuan's strength was already at the peak of mortals. Even though he cultivated enslavement and strength path, he had not solved the biggest problem. But even so, he was at the top of the rank 5 experts. In southern border, only Shong clan's genius clan leader Shong Yangfei and Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji were at this level. Using his previous life's experience and the advantage of rebirth, along with a series of adventures and struggles between life and death, Fang Yuan's rapid growth could shock the world. But this strength, against a GU immortal, even a newly advanced GU immortal, was not enough. To solve this huge problem, there are only two ways. First, search for 88-point Shenyang Tower and find a strong GU worm or unique method. Second, make arrangements in secret and try to scheme against Tai Bai Yunsheng, making ample preparations for the moment I make my move. Third, solve the problem of cultivating enslavement and strength path, and try to increase my battle strength as much as possible. Fang Yuan calculated quietly. He was clear that the Four-Armed Wind King had already used up all of his previous life's foundation. After all, in his previous life, he was proficient in blood path, and only dabbled in enslavement and strength path. The so-called arrangements and methods used to scheme against GU immortals were mostly unreliable. Fang Yuan had advanced to GU immortal in his previous life. He knew that when a mortal becomes a GU immortal, they would be cleansed from head to toe, from the inside out, even their appearance would change. The only thing he could really place his hopes on was the 88-point Shenyang Tower. Days passed, golden light and silver light alternated in the sky. The 88-point Shenyang Tower was still brewing, the aurora was getting brighter and brighter. Eventually, more than half of the sacred palace was bathed in the aurora light. Imperial court blessed land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, a cool breeze was blowing. But in the outside world, Northern Plains, it had been snowing for over a month. Wind and snow were raging, bone-chilling winds were blowing, snow was falling. Heaven and earth were covered in white, one's vision was blurry. The trees had already withered, frozen into ice pillars. The hills were covered with a thick layer of snow, and the valleys were also filled with deep snow. Beast groups had countless casualties, and even weeds with vigorous vitality were frozen into ice. A person only needed to spit out a mouthful of saliva and it would instantly turn into an ice cube. But heaven would never seal off all paths. In the unseen world, there would always be a sliver of hope. In various parts of Northern Plains, there were still tribes remaining. These tribes were big or small, but they relied on terrain like Warm Pond Valley to resist the wind and snow, struggling to survive in the blizzard. Man tribe that controlled Hongyang Valley was one of them. Discussion hall. The elders were divided into 2 rows, and Man tribe leader Man Tu was sitting on the highest seat. Rank 3 external elder Shi Wu knelt on the ground. Lord tribe leader, This subordinate is here to ask for forgiveness. Oh, Shawu, what crime did you commit? Man 2 asked with a smile. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, the spirit spring D that I was in charge of guarding suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It has been completely abandoned. Shawu respectfully replied. He, no matter. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. In fact, he already knew about this. Elder Shawu, please get up. It is now the 10-year disaster. There is a possibility that the spirit springs will suddenly freeze and dry up. This is not your fault. Lord Tribe Leader is magnanimous and magnanimous. I am ashamed. Shawu pretended to be moved to tears, but inwardly he sighed in relief. His surname was Shaw. To Man Tribe, he was half an outsider. Although he married a Man Tribe wife, he was still ostracized. The spirit spring he was in charge of guarding had a problem. This could be a big or small matter. But fortunately, this generation's Man Tribe Leader was an open-minded ruler. He did not pursue the matter. The matter of the spirit spring is a big matter of the tribe. Man Duo, how many spirit springs do we have now? Man 2 frowned and asked. Man Duo was Man 2's third son. He was thin and small, but shrewd and cunning. He had always assisted Man 2 in handling the tribe's internal affairs. He immediately answered, Lord Father, there are 7 spirit springs A, B, C, E, G, Gang, and Shin in Hongyang Valley. Among them, Gang and Shin spirit springs are already close to drying up. They can't last a month. Yes. Man 2 nodded, that is to say, after a month, we will only have A, B, C, E, and G springs. What do you think, elders? Lord Tribe Leader, this matter is very difficult. This is a natural disaster, human strength cannot reverse it. We might as well reduce the supply of Yuan stone to GU masters. These 8 spirit springs in Hongyang Valley are the result of our tribe's hard work over these 10 years. This year's situation is much better than our tribe's history. This is all thanks to Lord Tribe Leader's wise leadership. There is no need to worry, the other tribes are in a worse situation than us. Even if all the spirit springs dry up, what can we do? Wait until we get through this 10-year snow disaster. At that time, new spirit springs will appear one after another. The clan elders spoke one after another, expressing their own opinions. Man 2 nodded. After quietly listening to these words, he said, the spirit spring is the most important aspect of a GU master's cultivation. It cannot be neglected. Without Yuan stone, a GU master's cultivation will be hard to advance. The snow disaster has just started. Not long later, snow monsters will appear. Hongyang Valley's true defense still relies on GU masters. Saying so, he paused and muttered, how about this? We will take out a spring egg GU from the tribe warehouse and plant it. Let's name this new spirit spring as Spirit Spring D. Lord Tribe Leader, Spring Egg GU is a rank 5 GU. An elder felt heartache and objected. Man 2 raised his brows. So what if it is a rank 5 GU? You must know, with the supply of spirit springs, our tribe's GU masters can advance continuously. Only then can we maintain our battle strength and protect ourselves when we resist the snow monsters in the future. As long as our tribe's GU masters do not lose too many members, our tribe's vitality can be preserved. After the snow disaster, when the flowers bloom in spring, it will be the time for our tribe to realize our grand ambitions. Realize their grand ambitions. Hearing these words, the elders' eyes shone brightly. Man 2 worked hard, and under his leadership, Man Tribe continued to grow stronger and had already annexed many small and mid-sized tribes. Right now, Man Tribe controlled Hongyang Valley and was already an overlord of a region. But now, everyone heard Man 2's words. This Man Tribe leader still wanted to go further. The current Man Tribe could not satisfy his ambition. The elder who raised the objection quickly apologized. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and decisive. I can only bow my head and serve you to the death. I am willing to die for the tribe. The other elders said in unison. I have everyone here. I have a great ambition. Man 2 laughed for a while and ordered with a firm expression, Elder Shawu will be in charge of the new D Spirit Spring. Everyone looked at Shawu with envious and jealous gazes. Looking after a spirit spring was a lucrative job. Shawu was truly moved this time, his eyes turning red. I am favored by tribe leader. I will definitely do my best to repay you. Everyone discussed for a while more before dispersing. Shiwu did not leave, but followed Man Duo to the tribe warehouse and took the spring egg Gu. This is the spring egg Gu? Shiwu held it with both hands and looked at it with curiosity. His tone was even trembling. Soon, his expression became firm and he bowed to Man Duo. "Third young master, please teach me how to activate this Gu worm." Man Duo saw that he understood the situation and laughed. "I don't dare to teach you. This spring egg Gu is rank 5 and consumes a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 middle stage Gu master cannot activate it in one go. Elder Shiwu, you have rank 3 cultivation. If you want to activate it, you will need to use endurance Gu and continuation Gu. However, it would take at least half a month for the spirit spring to be planted. Elder, you don't need to worry, I will help you during this period of time." Chapter 561. The location of the spirit spring had already been chosen. Shiwu brought the spring egg Gu and Man Duo to the destination. After making preparations, he started to mobilize his primeval essence. He first injected it into endurance Gu and continuation Gu, before injecting it into the spring egg Gu. The spring egg Gu floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it floated up and down. 17 to 18 days passed. Shiwu only slept for 3 hours a day, eating and going to the toilet as much as he could. Although it was hard, the results were clear. The spring egg Gu was shining with a beautiful light after being injected with primeval essence. On this day, Man Duo came to inspect again. Seeing this, he said with joy, "The time is almost up. Look at this spring egg Gu, there are already cracks. When it breaks, it will be a success." "Elder Shiwu, it has been hard on you." "Not at all, not at all." Shiwu refined the Gu as he spoke humbly. He was tired, his body had clearly become thinner. With his cultivation level, forcefully activating a rank 5 Gu was very tiring. But if he did it, it would be a huge contribution. Man Duo continued, "During the tribe meeting, Lord Father specially instructed us. Elder Shiwu's hard work is clear to everyone. Ask Elder if you have any requests, we will try our best to satisfy them." Shiwu was moved to tears. "I am ashamed to have troubled Lord Tribe Leader so much. How can I go overboard and have any requests? It's just that I've had a question recently." "Oh, please speak." "Young Master Man Duo, I feel that Hongyang Valley has been getting colder recently. I see that many of the flowers, birds, and beasts nearby have frozen to death." Man Duo's expression sank. Hongyang Valley was indeed in trouble. It had been mentioned several times in the tribe meetings. The result of the investigation was that the underground lava supporting Hongyang Valley had decreased by a lot for some reason. This was completely different from the history. In the meeting just now, tribe leader Man Tu had flown into a rage and demanded everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, he tried to hide it to prevent people's hearts from wavering. "Elder Shiwu is at the crucial moment of planting the spirit spring. I will not tell him this news, in case he becomes unstable and ruin this important matter." Thinking of this, Man Duo made up a few lies to make Shiwu relax. Shiwu didn't suspect anything and was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it's actually flying hand snow." Man Duo turned around and was shocked. Why is there flying hand snow in Hongyang Valley? But in the sky, intense winds blew, snowflakes in the shape of palms fell from the sky along with the aura of the rank 5 Gu. "Oh no, come quickly, protect the spring egg Gu." Man Duo shouted, summoning the nearby Gu masters. However, the momentum of the snow was astonishing, and the wind was like blades. The might of the world was wreaking havoc. After resisting for a while, they gradually became unable to hold on. Snow monsters. Snow monsters have appeared. Misfortune never comes alone. The wind and snow condensed, forming a snow monster that was 6 meters tall. The Gu Master's defensive line was quickly broken through. In the sky, a large number of flying snowflakes condensed together, forming a giant hand. Under everyone's indignant but helpless gazes, the huge snowy hand grabbed the spring egg Gu in the air and clenched it. Bang! With a soft sound, the snow-white hand collapsed. The snowflakes fell to the ground, but the rank 5 spring egg GU was nowhere to be seen. The silver light was tranquil and hazy like a veil, shining on Imperial Court-blessed land. Howl, howl. The azure wolf group was running around, roaming in the sky, or diving down to the ground. Even though there were GU masters in the sacred palace to feed them, the wolf group still yearned for freedom. They were fierce beasts that yearned for a vast world, not canaries in a cage. As their owner, Fang Yuan allowed these wolf group to roam freely. Meanwhile, he spread his eagle wings and circled in the sky, looking down. Di Chou inheritance was below him. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, roam in the sky for 100 li, praise the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What does this mean? Fang Yuan pondered. These last days, he would personally come to the inheritance site every few days. His intuition told him that this Di Chou inheritance was not simple. As for the reason he came out, it was to stroll around these wolf groups and train his basic techniques to control them. But even so, he could not stay here for too long. Fang Yuan had a high status now. He was only second to He Lulan. His every action attracted everyone's attention. It was no longer as convenient as before. This time, he did not find anything. To prevent others from suspecting him, Fang Yuan could only leave this place temporarily. With his current status, he could use his own name to encircle this place. But Fang Yuan did not do so. If this inheritance's value was too high, even if he had great strength, people would fight with him for it. He did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. To enter 88-point Shenyang Tower, he needed He Lulan's guest token. But he had sent people to monitor this place. The reason he used was because of the Azure Wolf Group. Every time he led the Azure Wolf Group out to hunt, there would be a route. Every time he went out, he would send GU masters to scout for him, and go to whichever route had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from, and no matter which one, they would pass near Di Chou. Putting on a show, Fang Yuan brought the Azure Wolf Group and continued to hunt according to the predetermined route. In Imperial Court-blessed land, there were many beast groups, and resources were plentiful. Especially near the small tower, there were groups of worms and many wild GU. Only a small portion of GU masters had the chance to enter 88-point Shenyang Tower. Most GU masters would roam around the vast blessed land, subduing wild GU or searching for inheritances. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw many GU masters. As for the area near Di Chou inheritance, there were also many GU masters passing by. Fang Yuan was not worried that Di Chou inheritance would be obtained by a fated person. He was instead looking forward to it. If someone accidentally opened the inheritance, he would definitely hear about it, and it would not be too late to make a move then. After all, he was bullying the weak, and snatching the inheritance. He had already done it on Xingju Peak. Cough, rumble, a series of muffled sounds came from the ground. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King. Looking down, he saw a small tower, shining with a dazzling light, slowly sinking into the ground. Fang Yuan was not surprised. During the process of 88-point Shenyang Tower condensing, every 8 li in Imperial Court-blessed land, there would be small towers that would sink into the ground. These small towers were like beehives, filled with the wild GU that were accumulated over the past 10 years. Many people guessed, the wild GU in these small towers were the source of energy to condense 88-point Shenyang Tower. From a certain point of view, these countless small towers were perhaps a part of the 88 True Yang building. This guess had never been verified. The GU immortals who could verify this could not enter Imperial Court-blessed land. And the mortals who could enter Imperial Court-blessed land were worlds apart from the giant Sun Immortal, and they did not have the ability to scout. But Fang Yuan was an exception. 88-point Shenyang Tower has a unique design. It is truly a work of art. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Yang Tower. Fang Yuan knew this better than many GU immortals, because he had comprehensive information on 88-point Shenyang Tower. The source of this information was the land spirit of Langya. And the land spirit's predecessor was the rank 8 GU immortal in charge of refining True Yang Tower, Long Hair Ancestor. Wait. Fang Yuan's body shook, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like lightning piercing through the fog. At this moment, he suddenly discovered something different about Di Chio. There were no such small towers near Di Chio. That's right, that is indeed the case. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He had brought azure wolves out several times. Even if he did not fly above Di Chio, he would observe from nearby. Now that he thought about it, he immediately discovered something strange about Di Chio. According to logic, there should be a small tower every 8 li. Actually, every tower corresponded to a region in northern plains. But there's nothing around Di Chio. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel excited. This was a breakthrough discovery. With this clue, he could very likely unravel the profundity of Di Chio inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not turn around. If he ran back excitedly, he would be suspected. He suppressed the slight excitement in his heart and continued to walk according to the previous route. The Azure Wolf group set off from the Sacred Palace. After taking a huge detour, they returned to the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace was like a mountain. The 88-point Zhenyang Tower was still being nurtured at the top. The colorful aurora that it emitted had already covered the whole of the Sacred Palace. The originally grand and majestic Sacred Palace was now dyed into a grand and majestic scene. Fang Yuan would go out every 6 to 7 days to hunt with the Azure Wolf group. However, plans could not keep up with changes. 3 days later, the colorful aurora in the sky suddenly gathered and condensed into a shape. The first floor of the 88-point Zhenyang Tower had appeared. This delightful news caused a commotion in the Sacred Palace. At once, everyone was discussing this topic after their meals and tea. Of course, most GU masters could only watch from the sidelines. He Lulan could not wait to enter. Several hours later, he walked out in a miserable state with injuries all over his body. His injuries were not light, but he could not conceal the shock on his face. The second time he set off, he brought many He tribe GU masters with him. He tribe members had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal. They could freely enter and exit True Yang Building without any restrictions. At this time, tribesmen were more reliable. If they could keep something for themselves, why would they share it with outsiders? When He Lulan came out again, he had an extremely tired expression. And of the GU masters he brought in, only 60% returned. Soon after, all sorts of rumors spread. They were all related to True Yang Building. Some said True Yang Building's uncanny craftsmanship, some said it was difficult to enter, some said it was difficult, some said it was very exciting. Chapter 562. Bam! He Lulan raised his leg, kicking the tribesman He Chi Sheng to the ground. Useless thing. The black fatty cursed loudly, his face was twitching, his gaze was cruel and ruthless. The hall was silent. He tribe's GU masters did not dare to make a sound. He Lulan was known as the Black Tyrant. He was famous for his ruthlessness. Especially when he was obstructed by the 54th round 6 times, his temper was like a barrel of gunpowder that was ignited. Lord Tribe Leader, I am useless, I deserve death. He Chi Sheng crawled on the ground, prostrating himself as he begged for mercy. Fool! How can our He tribe have such a useless fool like you? He Lulan gritted his teeth, kicking He Chi Sheng several times. Seeing him spit out blood from his kicks, He Lulan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were all silent, not daring to speak. Previously, an elder had pleaded for He Chi Sheng, but he was heavily injured by He Lulan. He was still bedridden now. He Lulan's temper was slightly restrained during the imperial court contest. But after entering the blessed land, his violent temper and cruel nature were completely exposed. You are all a bunch of fools, useless trash. Why are you standing here in a daze? Speak, tell me a good way to pass the 54th round. If you can't think of one, I will punish you with your offerings. The tribe does not support useless people. I gave you Yuan Stone, I gave you wealth, I promoted you, I nurtured you, what was that for? Now is the time for you to perform. He Lulan screamed, his voice was so loud that even the windows were shaking. The group of elders secretly complained, each and every one of them were like frosted eggplants, lowering their heads and secretly glancing at each other, but no one dared to be the first to speak. He Lolan's tiger-like eyes swept around before finally fixing on Elder He Pei. As the most experienced big clan elder He Pei, he could only brace himself and respectfully bow. Lord, in this subordinate's opinion, this 54th round is testing the enslavement path. It is extremely difficult, only Grandmaster-level attainment can pass it. Elder He Chi Sheng might be an enslavement path GU master nurtured by our tribe, but he is not a master. If we want to pass this stage, I'm afraid we'll need the strength of Lang Wang Da's men. Chimph, are you asking me to ask for help? Do you want outsiders to laugh at us and think that our He tribe is useless? He Lolan's eyes blazed fiercely as she roared fiercely. He Pei's heart trembled. He bowed deeply again and hurriedly said, Lord Patriarch is wise and valiant, leading the masses and the lord of this imperial court. With Lord here, whoever thinks that He tribe is useless is the world's #1 idiot. The so-called external help was far from it. This Wolf King Chang Shan Yin has joined the Alliance army and is Lord's subordinate. It is his duty to ask him to help. I'm sure Chang Shan Yin is very grateful to Lord. After all, as an outsider, it is his greatest honor to be able to enter Truyang building. Hearing this, He Lolan's anger eased slightly. The elders observed his expression and praised He Pei's eloquence in their hearts. To be able to become a big clan elder, he truly had some ability. He Lulan paced around slowly. He was not resigned to his fate. Right now, he only had 2 guest tokens. They were the rewards for passing the 12th light and 46th round of Truyang building. It was not that he could not bear to part with the guest token, but once he invited the Wolf King, the rewards for passing this 54th round would fall into Chang Shanyin's hands. If it were his own tribesman, He Lulan could use the authority of the tribe leader to take all these good things for himself. But according to tradition, these rewards should go to the external helper. The rewards of 88-point Shenyang Tower were all extraordinary. Even He Lulan was moved. Be it GU recipes, GU worms, or anything else, almost every reward could allow a GU master to rise up from mediocrity. He Lulan paced around for 5 to 6 steps before sighing softly. He knew in his heart that forcing He Chi to win was useless. He tribe had nurtured 3 enslavement path GU masters. 1 died in the imperial court contest. He Chi won among them and was the strongest. But he was not an enslavement path master. Any master needed sufficient talent. It was not something that could be nurtured directly. He Lulan stopped. Where is He Shu? Subordinate is here. He Shu was standing outside the hall. He was He Lolan's personal GU master follower. Hearing He Lolan's summon, he immediately came in to pay his respects. Go invite the Wolf King. He Lulan instructed. Hearing this, the elders in the hall secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He Chi Sheng, who was lying on the ground, felt his body relax. He was finally free. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. He Shu received the order and left. Bam! He Lulan kicked He Chi Sheng again. You trash, why are you still lying here? When Chang Shan Yin comes later, do you want him to see our He tribe's incompetence? Lord, I was wrong. He Chi Sheng quickly apologized. Get lost and recuperate. He Lulan shouted. Yes, Lord. He Chi Sheng struggled to get up, stumbling as he left in a hurry. Not long after, He Shu came back with an ashamed expression. Lord Tribe Leader, Wolf Wang Da is not in the sacred palace. He went out to raise his wolf group. What? He Lulan raised her voice, her eyebrows raised, anger appeared on her calm face again. The elders' hearts shook. First Elder He Pei scolded He Shu. Junior, you do not know how to do things. Wolf King is not here. Are you going to return empty-handed? Can't you just send a letter and state your intentions? The Wolf King will definitely come running back. Lord, it is not that I did not do things well. He Shu complained. I have already sent the letter, but Wolf King replied. He said that he is leading the wolf group to hunt. It is a habit. He does not want to stop. He asked us to wait. If he cannot wait, we can call Tang Miaoming and the rest. At once, everyone was shocked. First Elder He Pei stared with wide eyes. He could not believe it. Someone is so indifferent. Did he really say that? The evidence is conclusive. Lord Tribe Leader, this is the letter GU that Wolf King Chang Shan Yin replied to. He Shu said as he handed a star letter GU to He Lulan. This was a star path GU worm. It was rank 4 and had the fastest speed of sending messages. But when flying, it would shine brightly and create a huge commotion. It could be easily intercepted and captured by enemies. But in Imperial Court-blessed land, there was no worry. He Lulan's mind entered the star letter GU and sneered, "This Wolf King has a good temperament, he can actually keep his composure." Lord, Wolf King is arrogant, everyone knows that. In my opinion, Wolf King is already laughing in his heart, but he is putting on airs. First Elder He Pei's conjecture made the other elders nod. Temph, it is only right for him to put on airs. He is an enslavement pathmaster, and also a flying master. If you are all masters, why would I need to ask an outsider for help? He Lulan shouted angrily, immediately shutting everyone up. The other elders also lowered their heads even more. Fang Yuan was not paying attention to Tru Yang building at this moment. He looked at Di Chio under his feet, his heart filled with shock. There really is no small tower here, compared to the surrounding small towers. There should be a small tower here on top of Di Chio. But now, there is only a pitch-black hole here. Amazing. The GU master who set up this inheritance is truly amazing. Every 8 li in Imperial Court-blessed land, there would be a small tower. Actually, these were all a portion of 88-point Shenyang Tower. 88-point Shenyang Tower was an immortal GU house that long-hair ancestor had personally refined back then. It was a rank 8 immortal GU house. Later, after Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements, it corresponded to the whole of Northern Plains. Small towers were located in Imperial Court-blessed land, and could be seen almost everywhere. In every small tower, there were tens of thousands of wild GU, but no one dared to touch them. Anyone who touched them would die. But now, it seemed that the GU master who set up Di Chio inheritance not only touched the small towers, but also used them to set up the inheritance. Such methods, such talent, such ability, immediately made Fang Yuan confirm that this mysterious GU master was not simple. No, rather than saying he is a GU master, he is more like a GU immortal. Even with the passage of time, Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements have loosened a little, but it is not something mortals can move. Only a GU immortal level character can move a corner and create such an arrangement. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He had unexpectedly obtained Di Chio inheritance. It was actually a GU immortal inheritance. The light in the soil, the radiance reaches 100,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What did this secret phrase say? What kind of treasures would there be in a GU immortal inheritance? Could there be an immortal GU? Fang Yuan made a bold guess. If it was an immortal GU, it would be comparable to a floor of Tru Yang building. Because even for 88-point Shenyang Tower, the final round of each floor might not have an immortal GU as a reward. Even if there is no immortal GU, Di Chio inheritance put so much effort into setting it up, there should be an immortal GU recipe. Even without an immortal GU recipe was still a huge gain. Complete immortal GU recipes were not sold in jewel yellow skies. GU immortals would at most sell incomplete recipes. Even if there was a complete immortal GU recipe, they would break it up and add in mistakes before selling it. Complete immortal GU recipes could only be exchanged. However, this kind of exchange was also very rare in history. Fang Yuan restrained his thoughts and started to think calmly. Now that he had the key clue, his thinking ability improved by leaps and bounds. He combined all sorts of clues and deduced that Di Chio inheritance had been set up a long time ago. At least, it had been here since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era. But as he thought deeper, more and more mysteries appeared. Let's call this creator Di Chio GU Immortal for now. Then who was he or she? Why did he set up his inheritance here? As a GU Immortal, how did he or she come in? The more crucial question was, how did he or she know about the arrangement here? How did he or she understand the principle of 88-point Shenyang Tower? If he or she was like Tai Bai Yunsheng and advanced to GU Immortal in Imperial Court-blessed land, then there would be a new explanation. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought about it. He stopped thinking about it. A star letter Gu tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it and saw that it was He Lolan's urging letter. Forget it, I will go to True Yang Building first. Gu Immortal Di Chio could be said to have used the loophole in Giant Sun Immortal's arrangement. After I enter True Yang Building, I might be able to follow the clues and indirectly comprehend the secret of this place. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan replied. Since He Lulan had personally sent a letter to urge him, Fang Yuan did not need to maintain his stance, he directly returned. I will need to borrow Wolf King's strength this time. He Lulan laughed loudly when he saw Fang Yuan. He was actually very anxious. The time spent in Imperial Court Blessed Land could not be considered long, but it was not short either. As long as the 10-year snow calamity in Northern Plains subsided, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close and they would have to come out of the Blessed Land. Before that, He Lulan not only had to carry the tribe's Gu Immortal's mission, more importantly, he had to find a Strength Path Immortal Gu for himself. With Wolf King's return, He Lulan could not wait and formed a team again. Everyone came to the front of the building, and He Lulan handed an ancient token to Fang Yuan. This is a guest token, Wolf King, you do not have any ancestral bloodline, you are an outsider to True Yang Building. To enter the building once, you need a guest token. Fang Yuan received the guest token and laughed lightly without any pretense, saying eagerly, I am looking forward to seeing the grandeur of True Yang Building. Next, He Lulan did not push open the door, but directly entered the door. Chapter 563. Fang Yuan felt his body tense up. The moment he entered the tower, a pressure pressed down on his body and mind. But immediately after, the pressure disappeared. He entered the True Yang Building completely. In front of him was a lake. The sky was blue, the lake was sparkling, and the surroundings were hazy shadows of green mountains. The guest token in his hand turned into a pool of cold molten iron, dripping down through the gaps of his fingers. The guest token could only be used once. Fang Yuan shook his hand and got rid of the molten iron. He looked around and found himself on a small island in the middle of the lake. Beside him stood He Lulan. This is the 54th checkpoint. He Lulan did not look at Fang Yuan, but looked straight ahead. Look, that is the difficult problem that Brother Shan Yin has to overcome. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and saw that not far away, there was another small island. On the small island, there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had bright blue fur that was extremely glossy. Their 4 limbs were not claws, but frog webbing. Their tails were poisonous snakes, either coiled around the back of the water lion, or stood upright and flicked their scarlet tongues. Without He Lolan's introduction, at the same time, there was a message directly injected into Fang Yuan's mind: use the hedgehog fish on the island to break through the protection of the water snake lions and occupy the opposite island. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at the edge of his island. In the blue seawater on the edge of the island, he saw the figures of hedgehog fish. At this time, He clan elders came in one by one and stood beside He Lulan. Whether it is the water snake lions or the hedgehog fish, they are wild animals from the medieval era. Now, they can only be seen in the depths of the Eastern Sea. An elder said emotionally, in my opinion, this checkpoint is extremely unfair. Water snake lions are strong to begin with, one is equivalent to 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish on our side is only about twice that of the pride. A He family member stared at the small island in front of him and explained the difficulty to Fang Yuan. Brother Shan Yin, there's no need to worry. I came here today to test my skills. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. After all, Fang Yuan was controlling a pack of wolves. But this time, it was a school of fish, and it was the rare and extinct hedgehog fish in Northern Plains. Black Flag Sheng had already failed 8 or 9 times. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe's Gu masters realize the difficulty of this round. Chang Shan Yin might be an enslavement master, but this was the True Yang Building set up by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan stared at it for a moment and frowned. He secretly estimated that it wouldn't be difficult for him to control these hedgehog fish and kill the water snake lions with his own strength. It could even be said that it was a sure thing. But even though the round looked simple, there was actually a lot to pay attention to. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had set up 88-point Zhenyang Tower to leave behind an inheritance for his descendants, and to reward talented juniors. Thus, the rewards for every round in Truyang Building were divided into 3 grades: high, middle and low. Low-grade round would give the least reward and directly enter the next round. Middle-grade round would give twice the reward of low-grade, and when entering the next round, they would even receive information about the round. High-grade round not only gave twice the reward of middle grade, it could also teleport the challenger into the depths of Truyang Building, to a place called Treasure Room. In this treasure room, there were countless rare treasures and even several true immortal inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. But these things in the treasure room could not be casually taken away, they had to be exchanged by the challenger. Exchanging for GU worms, exchanging for GU recipes, even one's own cultivation experience could be used as an exchange item. Only after the contestants completed the exchange would they proceed to the next stage. He Lulan only needed low-grade round to enter the 55th round, he would be satisfied. But Fang Yuan's requirements were different. He needed high-grade round to enter the treasure room. Only in the secret treasure pavilion could he use the means that he had prepared for a long time to reap the greatest benefit. Low-grade round is as easy as flipping my palm. But I don't know what the criteria for middle-grade and high-grade rounds are. I can only give it a try now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and nodded at He Lulan, indicating that they could begin. He Lulan took out a token and waved it towards the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lulan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained this token out of nowhere, it represented his noble identity. As the owner token waved, ripples appeared in the air and dozens of fish enslavement GU appeared, there were rank 1, 2, 3. When Fang Yuan received these GU worms and easily refined them, the others were restrained by a formless gentle force and could not help him. Only He Lulan could still speak, he reminded, Brother Shan Yin, pay attention to the time. You only have 10 minutes to finish this round. Fang Yuan nodded and waved his hand. The fish enslavement GU in his hand turned into dozens of mystical lights and flew out. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and gasped in their hearts. If it was He Qi Sheng, he would have to be extremely cautious and pick the GU worms one by one. When this fish enslavement GU is used, the GU master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were not careful, the enslavement would fail. It could even lead to a backlash on the soul. Isn't Wolf King being too careless? I have never seen such an enslavement. This is bad, everyone's hearts were in their throats. But soon after, their eyes widened, they saw that after the GU worms were planted, the fishes started to move, swimming out of the island. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with, there had never been a case of enslavement failure. The water snake lions were also alarmed by this situation, they changed their laziness from sitting to standing up, the lion heads roared while the snake heads hissed. Many water snake lions jumped into the water and built an underwater defense line. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stood proudly with his hands behind his back, his body did not even sway, showing his enslavement path attainment and soul foundation. Everyone praised him in their hearts. Heavens, he actually did it. Just this scene alone is an eye-opener for me. Wolf King is indeed an enslavement pathmaster, he is different from others. A master is indeed a master, maybe he can succeed in one go. Everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. Even He Lulan looked on with a hopeful expression. However, the shoal of fish did not go straight for the water snake lions as everyone expected. Instead, it spread out in all directions, constantly patrolling. What is Wolf King trying to do? Wolf King is very steady, it seems he is familiarizing himself with the fish group's habit. But as time passed, the fish group was still swimming freely. Everyone watched anxiously, but did not see the fish group and lion group fight. This time, even He Lulan became slightly anxious, urging, Brother Shan Yin, hurry up. No rush. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he leisurely replied. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack for a long time, Some water snake lions came out of the water and climbed onto the island. The underwater defense line gradually weakened. After a while, He Lulan urged again, "Brother Shan Yin, it has already been 5 minutes. No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping as if he was sleepy. More water snake lions came ashore. The old Lion King even laid on the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Everyone was disappointed, cursing in their hearts. "This Wolf King is all bark and no bite. To think I thought so highly of him. So what if he is a master? This is true young building." It seems that this time, Chang Shan-yin's main goal is to familiarize himself with the fish group and accumulate experience for the next attack. Seeing that the time limit was approaching, everyone's last bit of hope was used up. It is a pity that a guest token was wasted like this. Or should I think about what to eat after returning home? After failing this round, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shan-yin. Just as everyone's mind was in a mess, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and the fish group suddenly charged towards the water snake lion group from all directions. "They are here." He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. He had already guessed, since Chang Shan-yin wants to save the real big move for the next time, then this time, he spent so much effort to familiarize and train the fish group. He will definitely test the lions and understand their situation and battle strength. The sudden attack of the fish group caught the water snake lions unprepared. The hedgehog fish group was like a group of hungry sharks. With lightning speed, they destroyed the small number of water snake lions in the water. So that's it. Chang Shan-yin was training the fish group earlier while numbing the lions. The effect of this sudden attack has already destroyed 30% of the lions. A master is indeed a master. What amazing beast taming skill. Compared to Chang Shan-yin, He Qi-sheng is like a baby and a strong man. Everyone stared with wide eyes, amazed at the result that Fang Yuan had created in an instant. Roar. Seeing that his sons had been slaughtered, the old Lion King was furious. He roared and personally led the pride to jump into the water, launching a revenge attack on the fish. What was strange was that Fang Yuan swept away his previous unyielding style. Under his control, the fish group retreated again and again. The lions chased relentlessly, and when they reached a certain place, the group suddenly fell into chaos. What is going on? Everyone was puzzled. So there is an undercurrent whirlpool here. He Lulan exclaimed. Soon after, the elder's eyes shined. I know. It seems that Wolf Wang Da's men gathered the fish group not only for training, but also to investigate the terrain. That's right. A beast battle is like a battle between two armies. Not only do we have to consider the enemy, we also have to consider the terrain. Many GU masters saw this and almost slapped their thighs, shouting loudly. The water snake lions were trapped by the undercurrent, and the fish group immediately turned around and attacked. The lions were huge, and the undercurrent had a deep influence on them. But the fish group was small, and the influence of the undercurrent was almost negligible. An incomparably exquisite battle unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. The powerful water snake lions were as weak as paper. And the fish group, under Fang Yuan's control, were like a group of invincible elite soldiers, cooperating well, advancing and retreating, splitting and encircling the lions, quickly nibbling away at them. The fish group would gather at times and attack fiercely. At times, they would scatter, causing the lions' counterattack to be futile. This is like a joke. So powerful, so powerful. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the Wolf King obtained complete victory. This round is past. He tribe members were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with reverence, admiration, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. Good, what a good Wolf King. He Lulan clapped and laughed. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily, because the moment he completely killed the lions, information entered his mind, high-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? He tribe members saw such a shocking change, their eyeballs almost falling out. Chapter 564. Fang Yuan was in the crystal corridor. Light flowed in front of him. The four walls were translucent crystal walls that could reflect one's figure. Fang Yuan's gaze looked around. Behind and to his left and right were walls, He could only walk on the path in front of him. I've finally arrived at the treasure room. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a small arc as he strode forward. The crystal corridor was long and transparent. In less than 5 steps, Fang Yuan could see GU worms or GU recipes appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects in amber, quietly sitting inside the crystal walls. These were the treasures of the treasure room. If he wanted to obtain them, he would need to exchange for them with items of corresponding value. Oh! There is a wood path heavenly essence treasure king lotus here. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his footsteps and found a familiar GU worm sealed in the crystal walls. This GU was a blooming blue and white lotus. The wash basin laughed heartily. It had an extraordinary origin and was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was a set of rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus, rank 4 heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus, rank 5 heavenly essence treasure king lotus and rank 6 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. Among them, heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus was ranked 6th among the 10 great immortal GU. Its value was comparable to spring-autumn cicada. Right now, it was in the hands of land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan had once used a heavenly essence treasure lotus. To a large extent, it made up for his lack of aptitude and was a great help to him. But for this GU's advancement, not only did Fang Yuan lack the corresponding GU recipe, the refinement cost was also very high. He needed to use a natural spirit spring. This spring had to be full of primeval energy. It could not be a spirit spring that had been used for many years and lacked foundation. After success, this spirit spring would be completely wasted. Rank 4 heavenly essence lotus required 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, another 9. At rank 6, another 11. This number was based on the spirit springs of southern border and other places. If he used northern plains spirit springs, it would be at least 60% more. It was too difficult for Fang Yuan to advance the heavenly essence treasure lotus back then. Moreover, his aptitude had improved greatly, so he gave up on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But now, this rank 5 heavenly essence treasure king lotus moved his heart. The heavenly origin treasure lotus is known as the mobile spirit spring. Once refined, it could produce natural true essence. The rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus GU is no longer suitable for me. But rank 5 heavenly essence treasure king lotus is suitable for my current state. However, in order to obtain this heavenly essence treasure king lotus, according to the rules, Fang Yuan had to use treasures of equivalent value to exchange for it. Then let's change. Fang Yuan could be said to be extremely wealthy now. Having a blessed land was the capital of a GU immortal. To exchange for the heavenly essence treasure king lotus, to others, it was a large transaction that required them to give up their capital. For Fang Yuan, it was just a small matter of choice. What should I trade for it? Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into the 2 apertures. The strength path and enslavement path GU worms in the aperture could not be exchanged. His first vital GU, the spring-autumn cicada, could not even be taken out. But other than that, there were also many miscellaneous GU worms. The value of each of these GU worms was naturally lower than the heavenly essence treasure king lotus, but if one was not enough, 2 or 3 could be used to exchange for it. Oh! Why are there 18 spring egg GU here? Fang Yuan was astonished to find that there was a batch of rare rank 5 GU in his first aperture. But he quickly thought of the reason. I almost forgot, this is my high-grade reward. It was sent into my aperture by True Young Building. Logically speaking, this GU Master's aperture was the foundation of cultivation, the secret of all secrets. But True Young Building was indeed personally created by Long Hair Ancestor, and was also arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. It had great power and could directly send GU worms into a GU Master's aperture. Spring Egg GU might not be as good as the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was also a rank 5 GU. Spring Egg GU looked like a white goose egg, and was obtained by killing a powerful Eggman Emperor. By planting Spring Egg GU deep underground, it could form a spirit water spring. Spirit springs were the foundation of GU Masters cultivation, thus large tribes and clans would collect Spring Egg GU to strengthen their foundation, in case of emergencies. Even GU Immortals would often purchase them and plant them in their own blessed land, to form a spirit spring and nourish all living beings. Fang Yuan casually took out one spring egg Gu. But this goo's quality was not good, the eggshell was covered in cracks. There were clear traces of primeval essence in the Gu, it had clearly been used by someone. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he sneered, it seems this Gu was plundered by flying hand snow when it was activated. The rewards for clearing 88-point Shenyang Tower are all from this source. Giant Sun Immortal, in order to realize his dream of ruling the world, and at the same time to benefit his descendants, had painstakingly arranged this scheme. First was the imperial court contest, to weaken and eradicate the other tribes. Next was the 10-year snow disaster, to store the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from all over northern plains into 88-point Shenyang Tower. One had to know, Gu Master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal's establishment of 88-point Shenyang Tower was to take drastic measures. He plundered resources and gave them to his own descendants, and even cut off the hope of other tribes rising up. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, when Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked Imperial Court-blessed land, they made use of this characteristic of true young building. They sent chess pieces to infiltrate Imperial Court-blessed land. At the same time, they purposely scattered Gu worms, allowing the flying hand snow to plunder in. Finally, they caused damage from the inside of true young building, creating a crucial gap. After Central Continent Gu Immortals destroyed Imperial Court-blessed land, they also exposed Giant Sun Immortal's sinister intentions to the public, causing a huge commotion in northern plains, and the public's opinion was in an uproar. But commotion was one thing, northern plains was still second only to Central Continent in terms of battle strength. All the super forces and Huang Jin tribes worked together to suppress them, causing northern plains to remain stable. The Huang Jin tribes had ruled northern plains for so many years, they were already deeply rooted, and could not be shaken by the public's outburst. No matter how strong the public's opinion was, without the support of military strength, it was nothing. Fang Yuan moved the spring egg Gu in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the sealed heavenly essence treasure King Lotus. The nearby crystal wall started to shine with a faint red light, followed by orange light, followed by yellow light. After the red, orange and yellow lights shined together, there were no more movements. Fang Yuan took out two spring egg Gu, and moved closer to the crystal wall. Thus, another green halo flickered. But the green light was not bright, and was suppressed by the other three lights. Fang Yuan sneered, taking out the fourth spring egg Gu, and moved closer to the crystal wall. This time, the green light completely bloomed, similar to the other three lights. The crystal wall turned from solid to phantom, slightly shaking. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly flew out from inside, while the four spring egg Gu in Fang Yuan's hand flew uncontrollably into the crystal wall, replacing Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus' position. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly landed in Fang Yuan's hand, and Fang Yuan's primeval essence gushed out, instantly refining it. 88-point Shenyang Tower's power was extraordinary, allowing Gu masters to instantly refine mortal Gu in the tower. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black. In this treasure room, there are 8 standards. The more colorful the light, the more precious the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus can be exchanged for as long as it reaches green light. Among the 8 standards, this is only the middle tier. It seems the treasure room is truly extraordinary, there are many treasures inside. Fang Yuan estimated in his heart, and immediately had a deeper understanding of the treasure room's value. He stretched out his hand, and touched the crystal wall in front of him. From his palm, he felt a cold sensation. Inside the crystal wall, was the price that Fang Yuan had just paid, 4 spring egg Gu. Fang Yuan tried to move them, but there was no reaction. He praised in his heart. Without being modest, in this current world, Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Shenyang Tower was enough to rank in the top 3. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by the land spirit of Langya. The deeper Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Shenyang Tower, the more he could feel the uncanny craftsmanship of this tower, and its exquisite design. Not to mention anything else, Just this crystal wall in front of him had a great origin. This crystal wall was created when long-hair ancestor had killed tens of thousands of GU masters, and used a secret method to extract their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the main material, it was refined by combining profound ice GU, ice wall GU, magnificent jade GU, slow turn GU, vitality GU, and so on. This crystal wall was the best place to seal GU worms, and the GU worms could enter a natural hibernation inside, and could be preserved for hundreds or even thousands of years without any damage. According to the information, the newly refined crystal wall would flicker with a gentle water-like light, and when walking inside, it would feel like a dream. By now, although the crystal wall did not have its previous elegance, it was still crystal clear. Time flies, and dripping water can wear away a stone. The power of time was one of the most majestic powers of heaven and earth. Even a rank 9 Venerable would lose to time. True Yang building might be an immortal GU house, but it was activated every 10 years, and had a lot of wear and tear. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, 88-point Shenyang Tower would not have been breached by Central Continent GU immortals. Right now, the crystal wall no longer had its luster, and there was even a thin layer of crystal powder at the corner of the wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. In the crystal wall, there were all kinds of GU worms, GU recipes, bone refinement materials, and even more were the cultivation experiences left behind by generations of GU masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were all elites who had passed the first round, and the things they left behind were not bad at all. After walking for some distance, Fang Yuan stopped. The crystal corridor in front of him stretched far into the distance, with no end in sight. But a stone stele blocked Fang Yuan's path. The stone stele was squarish, reaching the height of Fang Yuan's knee, and on it were written 4 words in Northern Plains: Visitor, halt. 88-point Shenyang Tower was set up by Giant Sun Immortal in consideration of his descendants. But treasure room might not necessarily be filled with Giant Sun's bloodline GU masters. Giant Sun Immortal considered this, and placed the more valuable resources behind the stone stele. Outsiders like Chang Shan Yin could only sigh at the treasures. But Fang Yuan was not Chang Shan Yin. Visitor, halt. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. He first tried to cross the stele, but was blocked by a formless wall. So many years have passed, although 88-point Shenyang Tower has some wear and tear, the visitor, halt stele's effect is still there. I cannot forcefully break through it. Fang Yuan probed and sat cross-legged, facing the stone stele. He had planned this for a long time, and had made ample preparations. Immediately, he took out a GU worm and shot it into the stone stele. The first step of refining 88-point Shenyang Tower had begun. Chapter 565. Refining 88-point Shenyang Tower sounded like a crazy idea, but it was not a delusion. In fact, Fang Yuan was not the first person to refine 88-point Shenyang Tower. In the 500 years of his previous life, when Central Continent's GU immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent GU masters to infiltrate 88-point Shenyang Tower's treasure room. After the deed was done, they recorded the entire process using GU worms and announced it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains GU masters. It had extraordinary significance. The recording of the attack on Imperial Court Blessed Land spread throughout the 5 regions. It was not only to display Central Continent's strength, it was also a sinister plan to destroy the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains GU master. Most importantly, this detailed recording was proof that Giant Sun Immortal plundered Northern Plains GU worms to benefit his descendant bloodline. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was shaken, people were furious. Although the Huang Jin tribes suppressed the situation and did not reach the level of internal strife that Central Continent's GU immortals had expected, it did create a Northern Plains with turbulent undercurrents and people's hearts were divided. Central Continent's GU immortal Song Cheshing, after seeing this recording, gave a direct evaluation. Once this recording spreads to the world, Northern Plains' spirit of freedom will be freed from Giant Sun Immortals K. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of this recording. After rebirth, He immediately realized the huge value of this recording. Saving Danghun Mountain was only one of his goals in this Northern Plains trip. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. He would first think of failure before thinking of victory. How can there be such a good thing in this world? If Danghun Mountain cannot be saved, I can still obtain other compensations from 88-point Shenyang Tower. The recording of Central Continent's GU immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land was a huge reference to Fang Yuan. But just this recording was not enough. Fang Yuan could only see the surface from the recording. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained first-hand information from Lang Ya Blessed Land. This way, by combining theory with practice, the chances of refining the 88-point Shenyang Tower had greatly increased. With my current cultivation, it's impossible for me to completely refine the 88-point Shenyang Tower. But I can refine a part of it. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of reality. He was only a mortal GU master. To refine an immortal GU house, he needed to be at least a rank 8 GU immortal. Fang Yuan's plan was only to refine a part of the 88-point Shenyang Tower. The 88-point Shenyang Tower had been through the vicissitudes of time. It had long been damaged and was secretly filled with loopholes. It was too grand, too big, like a huge wooden cage. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was like a termite. The power of a single termite could not corrode the entire wooden cage. But it could corrode some of the edges and corners. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The guest Holt obelisk in front of him, after being injected with a specific GU worm, emitted a dim yellow light. Fang Yuan took the chance to stretch out his palms and poured his Primeval essence into the obelisk. At the same time, his will entered the guest Holt obelisk along with the Primeval essence. When a GU master refines GU, they would use their will to occupy the body of the GU worm. And in this process, the Primeval essence was the best carrier. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. The guest Holt obelisk was only a part of the 88-point Shenyang Tower. The 88-point Shenyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal GU. It was too huge. The moment Fang Yuan's will entered, he felt like he was in darkness. In this vast and boundless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It emitted an extremely weak light. The light seemed to be breathing, fluctuating rhythmically. This is Giant Sun Immortal's will. Fang Yuan immediately became extremely vigilant. The 88-point Shenyang Tower was Giant Sun Immortal's possession. It was refined by him. Naturally, there was Giant Sun Immortal's will inside. Although Giant Sun Immortal's main body had already passed away, his will was placed in the body of the 88-point Shenyang Tower and had survived for a long time. This will is truly vast and vast. It makes me feel like I am facing a real sun. An immortal Venerable's strength is unimaginable. And this is only a small portion of Giant Sun Immortal's will that has been left behind after so many years. Fortunately, this will has fallen into slumber. My movements are light and should not disturb it. I must not awaken it, otherwise, I will end up like those two GU immortals whose souls dissipated in my previous life. The vast and boundless darkness represented the 88-point Shenyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal's remnant will was as large as the sun, suppressing the center. It was in slumber and emitting a faint light. And Fang Yuan's will was only the size of a sesame seed compared to it. It also emitted a faint light, hiding in the most remote corner. Fang Yuan continued to inject Primeval essence. He was very cautious. As his Primeval essence entered the guest Holt Steely, the amount of will he instilled in the 88-point Shenyang Tower also increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Fang Yuan continued to expand, gradually expelling the darkness and occupying it. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Yuan was very careful. His forehead was slowly covered in sweat. To think that refining this steely would be so difficult. My 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures have less than 90% Primeval essence. If not for the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus I just obtained, I might have to go through a lot of trouble. After 4 hours, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and retracted his palms from the steely. His whole body was exhausted, mainly because of the huge mental pressure. It was more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan looked at the guest Holt Steely in front of him. A sense of intimacy came from the stele and went straight to the depths of his heart. But the joy of success soon faded. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper. My previous life's video indeed had many cuts. I used so much Prime Val essence, but the GU master in the video was only rank 5 middle stage. He did not rest during the process and only refined for a short hour. Maybe this GU master's aperture contained some supplementary GU worms. But Fang Yuan was more convinced of the possibility of the video being cut. The Central Continent GU Immortals spread this video mainly to attack the Huang Jin tribes in Northern Plains, and to liberate the mental freedom of the other tribes in Northern Plains. Going deep into the 88-point Shenyang Tower, they definitely had gains that they did not want to expose, or methods that could not be seen. At the same time, in order to make the video more vivid and captivating, the boring and long parts were cut out, which was also to recognize the scene. But to Fang Yuan, this was a very bad news. Refining 88-point Shenyang Tower was a risk that was filled with danger. If he was misled by the video in his previous life, he might lose everything. 88-point Shenyang Tower is truly extraordinary. I worked so hard for so long, but I'm afraid I did not even refine half a part of it. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted the guest Holt stele and stood up. If the 88-point Shenyang Tower was divided into 10 parts, then Giant Sun Immortal's remnant would occupy 30% of it. 10% was 10%, but Fang Yuan refined the guest Holt stele and did not even have half a part of it. But even so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around leisurely and walked a few steps back, arriving at a crystal wall with a sealed treasure material. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his hand towards the crystal wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand's path. But now, the guest Holt stele flickered and the crystal wall changed, turning from solid to illusory. Fang Yuan's hand smoothly entered like it was in water, successfully taking out the treasure material inside. Once he refined the guest Holt stele, Fang Yuan could take any treasure in this crystal wall at will without paying any price. Oh! This should be a rushing thunder rock. Looking at the treasure material in his hand, Fang Yuan carefully examined it before confirming it. Rushing thunder rock was a rare GU refinement material. It was almost extinct now, and would only be sold occasionally in jewel yellow skies. This rock was the essence of lightning formed when the lightning of the 9 heavens collided. But since the immemorial antiquity era, 7 of the 9 heavens had fallen, leaving only white heaven and black heaven. The chances of the lightning of these 2 heavens colliding were very low. Thus, after the immemorial antiquity era, the production of rushing thunder rock became very rare. When lightning path flourished, a large number of rushing thunder rocks were used to refine GU. Thus, there were very few rushing thunder rocks left now. Heaven and earth have changed. Lightning path has also undergone a transformation. It no longer needs rushing thunder rocks. Only those GU masters and GU immortals who want to research ancient lightning path GU worms would be interested in rushing thunder rocks. The treasure room's value was extraordinary. One of the treasures that Fang Yuan casually took out was a rushing thunder rock. But soon after, Fang Yuan placed this rushing thunder rock back into the crystal wall. A lack of patience in small matters would spoil great plans. Because they could only be obtained by exchanging, the amount of treasures in the crystal wall was fixed. And every treasure here was recorded by all the superforces, and even some large-scale Huang Jin tribes. If someone came later and obtained a high-grade battle record, they would come here. If they found that there were no treasures here, how shocked and suspicious would they be? Fang Yuan did not hesitate. After experimenting for a while, he walked towards the depths of the crystal corridor. When he arrived at the guest Holt stele again, he paused and slowed down his speed. A few hours ago, the formless chi wall that blocked him had already disappeared. But this did not mean he could safely enter. 88-point Shenyang Tower was refined by long hair ancestor. It naturally had other screening methods. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He willed, and at once, 5 to 6 strange GU worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke that covered his body. Fang Yuan inspected again, and after confirming that he was completely covered, he walked past the guest Holt stele. Smoke of all colors started boiling, forming a blood-red light that spread to the surroundings. Fang Yuan looked around, and found that the treasures in the crystal wall were indeed of a higher grade than the previous section. Oh! This is... Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a rank 5 strength path GU worm sealed in the crystal wall. Chapter 566. Fang Yuan had just stepped past the guest halt Steely when he had a pleasant discovery. A borrow strength GU appeared in front of him. This upper strength path rank 5 GU was already extinct. It was even rarer than all-out effort GU. It could not be used alone, it had to be paired with other GU worms. Paired with heavenly strength GU, the GU master could borrow the strength of the heavens. Paired with earth strength GU, the GU master could borrow the strength of the earth. Paired with firepower GU, the GU master could borrow strength from flames. Paired with water power GU, the GU master could borrow strength from water currents. My killer move, Forearm Wind King, uses Wind Overlord GU and Tyrant Strength GU. This combination of GU worms is a substitute for Borrow Strength GU. Its effect is less than 50% of the original. With this Borrow Strength GU, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Of course, Borrow Strength GU still needed to be paired with other GU worms. By now, Heavenly Strength GU was already extinct. But Earth Strength GU, Firepower GU, Water Power GU, Wind Power GU and others were still widespread. But when they used these GU worms, they had already left their original range. Earth Strength GU was often used to increase the fertility of the soil, to help GU masters grow crops, or to pair with Wood Path GU worms. Firepower GU was used as a support GU by some Fire Path GU masters. It could slightly increase the effect of Fire Path GU worms. Water Power, Wind Power, Lightning Power GU and others were the same. Fang Yuan came to the crystal wall and took out close to 10 Spring Egg GU, exchanging for Borrow Strength GU. After passing the guest halt Steely, he could only exchange for the treasures in the crystal wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall were clearly 1 or 2 grades higher than before. Meteor Rain GU, Star Travel Lightning GU, Wind Fog Hair GU, Starfire Prairie GU, Water Curtain Skyflower GU, rank 5 GU that were extremely rare in the outside world were very common here. In contrast, rank 4 GU were much rarer. But once a rank 4 GU appeared, it would be a rare rank 4 GU, its value and effect comparable to ordinary rank 5 GU. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around. The blood flame light on his body was constantly being worn away. This layer of scarlet flame light was his protection to conceal his identity. Once he was exhausted, he would be discovered by the 88-point Shenyang Tower and eliminated in an instant. Before the protection disappears, I must find that floor master token. Along with the passage of time, Fang Yuan gradually felt anxious in his heart. These GU worms used to disguise one's identity and deceive 88-point Shenyang Tower were not easy to refine, and their cost was high. The main ingredient was the gold family's blood, and it still needed 98 steps of purification. Now that the battle for the imperial court had ended, it would be even more difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain this blood on a large scale. To make matters worse, there was a fork in the crystal corridor. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop and look carefully. Which path was the one he wanted to take? At this time, the image of Central Continent GU immortals attacking Imperial Court blessed land in his previous life helped Fang Yuan greatly. He chose the one on the left and went in. The value of the treasures in this crystal wall was raised by another level. Rank 4 GU were gone, only rank 5 GU were left, and at the same time, a rare rank 5 GU worm appeared. Fang Yuan moved forward quickly as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something, found it, and floor master token was sealed in the crystal wall. It was only at the height of Fang Yuan's knee. This floor master token was the work of a Central Continent GU immortal. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court blessed land had existed for so long, it had already attracted the attention of GU immortals of all regions. Central Continent GU immortals had even started to make arrangements hundreds of years ago. The Floor Master token was usually in the hands of the Alliance leader, and once it left Imperial Court Blessed Land, it would self-destruct. Close to 1,000 years ago, there was a central continent GU immortal who spent a lot of effort and plotted in secret. Not only did he bribe that Alliance leader, it was said that he even used an immortal GU. After using the power of the immortal GU to tamper with the Floor Master token, this Floor Master token had been hidden in 88-point Shenyang Tower, becoming a hidden trap, waiting for a good opportunity. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent GU Immortals first started the Five Regions War, and not long after, they created a good opportunity to attack this place. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal. It was much harder to attack this place than other Blessed Lands. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, and Central Continent GU Immortals' 1,000 years of planning and painstaking effort had finally paid off. But now, this Floor Master token was in Fang Yuan's hands. The process of exchanging for this Floor Master token was very smooth. But it was not easy to truly use it for his own use. At this point, it was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. GU worms moved according to his will, continuously crashing into the Floor Master token. Ding ding dong dong, the sound of collisions was like music to the ears. The Floor Master token gradually floated in the air. Every time they collided, a layer of light would blossom. Only when it was covered in 38 layers of light did the gray-white color on its surface dissipate, revealing the words Floor Master token. The halos burst one after another like bubbles. The Floor Master token lost its buoyancy and fell to the ground, where Fang Yuan caught it. He quickly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the Floor Master token. The moment the Floor Master token was soaked in blood, the entire metal Floor Master token turned into a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had also seen the Floor Master token in He Lolan's hands. He immediately sensed that the one in his hands was very different from ordinary Floor Master tokens. The method I used earlier was to awaken the true identity of this Floor Master token using the image of my previous life. It seems that this is the power of an immortal GU. Only an immortal GU can tamper with the Floor Master token and prevent 88-point Shenyang Tower from discovering it. Fang Yuan looked at the glass Floor Master token in his hands, falling into deep thought. After more than 10 breaths of time, the blood flame and smoke covering his body dissipated completely. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down, and Fang Yuan could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Safe and sound. The heartbeat gradually disappeared, and Fang Yuan slowly stood up, letting out a breath of turbid air. Success. He excitedly clenched his left fist, muttering to himself, but found that his voice had become somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was drenched in sweat, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. Truly activating this Floor Master token and making it acknowledge him was not easy. It could be said that it was much more difficult than refining a rank 5 GU worm. Just one step short, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass Floor Master token, I can freely enter and exit the treasure room. I don't need any high grade to pass. Holding the Floor Master token was equivalent to holding a small portion of 88-point Shenyang Tower. Fang Yuan tried to use the Floor Master token, and almost instantly, the figures of He Lulan and the rest appeared in his mind. After passing the 54th round, they had already reached the 61st round. Currently, they were in an intense battle with a golden-white tiger phantom. A true golden-white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden-white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast, and was suppressing He Lulan and the rest. Although He Lolan's side had the advantage in numbers, it was already showing signs of defeat. Fang Yuan secretly observed for a while, if nothing unexpected happens, He Lulan and the rest won't last for more than 15 minutes, and will have to retreat. I don't have much time left. Although Fang Yuan had entered the treasure room, as long as the owner of the Floor Master token walked out of 88-point Shenyang Tower, he would have to leave as well. Right now, Fang Yuan had the glass Floor Master token, and could freely stay. But now, it was not good to expose himself. Just the glass floor master token is far from enough. I still need to find that hole and blow it up, only then will I be able to create a huge hole in 88-point Shenyang Tower, and I will be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass floor master token lightly waved in his hand, and at the next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. This should be the central control room. When he opened his eyes again, Fang Yuan found that he was in a secret room. The secret room was circular, with walls flickering with starlight surrounding it, and a white jade round table was placed at the center. There was an exquisite model on the round table. It was similar to a sand table, showing the entire appearance of imperial court blessed land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, and even the small towers in the blessed land could be seen clearly. Fang Yuan took out his GU worms. They flew into the air and turned into black smoke that landed on the sand table. The sand table was dyed by the black smoke, and soon turned black. The black color became thicker, forming a large amount of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw that the black liquid formed a funnel shape on the sand table, as if there was a hole at the bottom, causing the surrounding black liquid to slowly pour into this hole. Found it. This is the hole. Next, I need to expand this hole, and refine the glass floor master token into a one-edge floor master token. With the one-edge floor master token, I can even control any floor of 88-point Shenyang Tower at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused, his eyes fixed on this hole on the sand table. The entire sand table was covered in thick, black, oily mucus. Thus, at first glance, Fang Yuan did not recognize it. But after staring for a while, he suddenly realized that this hole was none other than Di Chio inheritance land. What is going on? Don't tell me, like the glass floor master token, Di Chio inheritance land is also a foreshadowing of Central Continent's GU immortals? Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that there was something wrong with this conjecture. No, that's not right. If this is a foreshadowing of the blessed land, then how do I explain that secret phrase and the clues on the grey-white stone slab? These clues are clearly clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. Right now, the images of his previous life could not help him. Could it be that Central Continent's GU immortals also found this inheritance, but could not decipher the secret phrase, and used this inheritance like this? No, that's not right either. If I put myself in their shoes, if Central Continent's GU immortals found this inheritance that could possibly contain immortal GU, they would definitely be moved. Then, they should not have obtained any clues to the inheritance, and only found this hole? Of course, there is another possibility. They could not decipher the secret of the inheritance, and attacking the blessed land is a big matter, so they chose to create this hole. But this way, Di Chio inheritance would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan thought about it, and felt that both possibilities were possible. He had no concrete evidence now, so he could not confirm it. He could not help but hesitate. Once he used the method of his previous life to create this hole, Di Chio inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not use it, and kept Di Chio inheritance, then his plan to conquer 88-point Shenyang Tower would end here. 88-point Shenyang Tower's value is much higher than Di Chio inheritance. In the worst case, I can only give up on Di Chio inheritance. However, the person who set up this inheritance is really amazing. He could actually break through Giant Sun Immortals arrangements. Wait. Chapter 567. This problem was obvious long ago, but normal people could easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious GU immortal go through so much trouble and take such a huge risk to curry favor and use Giant Sun Immortals arrangements to set up his own inheritance? If I were this GU immortal, if I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of Giant Sun Immortals arrangements? If I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of 88-point Shenyang Tower's loophole? If I set up one by myself, with some effort, I would be able to set it up perfectly. 88-point Shenyang Tower is a rank 8 immortal GU house. It was personally set up by Giant Sun Immortal. The risk of using its loophole is too huge. If I wanted to leave behind my inheritance, I would not go far and deliberately take risks. Unless. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, a cold light flashed in his dark pupils like lightning. Unless, the inheritance has to be set up like this. Thinking of this, the fog in Fang Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed away by a pair of large hands. Humans have motives when they act. Only a huge motive could make a GU immortal take such a huge risk. Maybe this GU immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal and had a grudge against him. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away for countless years. This possibility was very small. Then, putting aside the factor of emotions, there was only benefits. For this benefit, this mysterious GU immortal was willing to take the risk of violating an immortal Venerable's arrangements. What exactly is he or she making use of 88-point Shenyang Tower? Thinking of this, the information that Land Spirit of Langya had given him appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the eve of the Imperial Court contest, he had not stopped studying it. Even after so many times, every time he looked at it again or recalled it, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. 88-point Shenyang Tower could be said to be a work of art that surpassed nature. The concept was so strange that it could shock the world. This was a wild idea, but it could be realized. It was like a miracle. 88-point Shenyang Tower was an immortal GU house in essence. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal wanted to plan for his descendants, so he took the initiative to find the long-hair ancestor and asked him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Sun Immortal's requirements were too high. In order to meet his standards, long-hair ancestor racked his brains and pondered bitterly for 100 days to no avail. Suddenly, one day, he had a burst of inspiration and came up with a unique method. Such a huge immortal GU house was simply too huge. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the next best thing and split it into countless subbodies, which were small pagodas. There were tens of thousands of these small towers, and every 10 years, they would attract wild GU worms to enter. Every 10 years, they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild GU inside, and at the same time responding to the snow calamity in northern plains, obtaining a mystical power. These mystical forces condensed, and the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, condensing into the first floor of the 88-point Shenyang Tower. Layer by layer, they would eventually form the complete 88-point Shenyang Tower. Looking at it from another angle, every time the 88-point Shenyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining GU from scratch. Long-hair ancestor was indeed the publicly recognized #1 refinement path immortal. His GU refinement attainment had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to refine GU into a finished product. It was even more so for GU immortals to refine immortal GU. But long-hair ancestor had already surpassed the scope of ordinary GU refinement. He could be said to have a unique craftsmanship that had reached perfection. Had the 88-point Shenyang Tower been refined? Actually, it had not been completely refined. According to normal standards, the complete 88-point Shenyang Tower would be a tower that had taken form, existing in the blessed land and standing at the peak of the sacred palace. But this standard was too difficult. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal had mentioned it, long-hair ancestor had frowned deeply and said on the spot, if it was truly refined, this immortal GU house would definitely be rank 9. What was the concept of rank 9 immortal GU? Legend had it that strength GU, wisdom GU, fate GU, and others were all rank 9 immortal GU. These immortal GU were rare treasures among treasures. They had already gone extinct and could only be seen in the legends of Renzu. Just like how rank 9 GU immortals were called venerables by the world. In the long history of the world, there had only been 10 of them. There had never been a rank 9 immortal GU house, but Giant Sun Immortal did not give up. Long-hair ancestor had no choice but to agree due to the might of an immortal venerable. Eventually, he thought of a method that had no other way. He obtained a rank 9 immortal GU house that could only exist for a short period of time. Thus, the current 88-point Shenyang Tower was rank 8. Giant Sun Immortal was originally not satisfied, but after inspecting it, his attitude changed and he praised it greatly, saying directly, 88-point Zhenyang Tower itself was the secret for mortals to become Gu immortal. Why did he say that? It was because mortals needed to pass the 3 qi to become Gu immortals. 1 qi as heaven. Heaven above, heaven's might was unfathomable and vast. 1 qi as earth. The earth was at the bottom, virtuous and heavy. 1 qi as man. Man at the center, the spirit of all living beings, vigorous and vigorous. Mortals were like ants, only by communicating with heaven and earth could they transcend mortals and evolve in essence. And the formation of 88-point Zhenyang Tower used these 3 qi. The contest for the imperial court was to spread human qi. 10 years of wind and snow, it was dangerous weather. The small tower sank underground, it was using the blessed land's earth qi. 3 qi as 1, mortal became immortal. 3 qi as 1, created 88-point Zhenyang Tower, plundered Northern Plains resources, created Huangjin tribe superforces, and made giant sun immortals' influence inextinguishable for countless years. Wait, don't tell me. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, a divine light shot out of his eyes. The small tower was originally a part of 88-point Zhenyang Tower. The mysterious Gu immortal who set up Dichou inheritance destroyed this small tower, creating a loophole. Once the loophole is formed, according to the principle of refining 88-point Zhenyang Tower, the return of the heavenly force will be formed. From there, a new small tower will be formed. 88-point Zhenyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was very hard to destroy. But the small towers were easy to destroy. It was like Gu immortals and mortals. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal arranged these small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were protected tightly, isolating most of the damage. Since Long Hair Ancestor was the #1 refinement path immortal, he naturally considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, when the main body of 88-point Zhenyang Tower was created, the heavenly force would first flow back to fill the gap in the small tower. Then, the main body would be created. But, Dichou inheritance has been set up for many years, but this small tower has not been created yet. Instead, the mysterious Gu immortal used some method to seal this gap, deceiving the 88-point Zhenyang Tower. I understand now, the reason he or she did this was to use the heavenly force of 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, swim in the sky for 100 li, sing the fragrance of plum blossoms. This means that this secret phrase should be the language of Gu refinement. Actually, Fang Yuan had guessed this before. But he had no proof. Although it was only a guess now, after this exploration and experimentation, Fang Yuan was much more confident than before. Time always passed quickly when one was concentrating on thinking. He Lulan and the rest lost to the golden-white tiger phantom and were transported out of the tower. In order to not arouse suspicion, Fang Yuan used the glass owner token and left the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader, greets all the lords. The He tribe direct descendant Gu masters guarding this place immediately came forward and greeted. He Lulan and the rest were covered in dust or had bloodstains on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Although they failed, their gains were not small, and they even advanced more than 10 rounds. But this situation was special. He Lulan and the rest were looking at Fang Yuan in the crowd. All kinds of inquisitive, curious, doubtful, and scrutinizing expressions were revealed. Ha ha ha, in this round, everyone worked hard and made great contributions, especially Wolf King's contribution. When we return, immediately prepare a banquet, we will celebrate for 3 days. He Lulan laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder to show their intimacy. High-grade round made Fang Yuan's value rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insights from this round. I need to go into closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lulan won't blame me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, but directly rejected him. He Lulan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said it was fine, showing the magnanimity of a leader. As for how angry he was, and how envious and jealous the others were, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now and research the secret of Di Chou inheritance. 6 days later. Fang Yuan pushed open the window, looking at the sacred palace below him. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Di Chou inheritance's secret language had been completely deciphered by him. For this kind of riddle, as long as there was a correct direction, the rest was only a matter of time. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, the secret language was a recipe to refine an immortal GU. The mysterious GU immortal who set up the inheritance used the loophole of 88-point Shenyang Tower, using the power of the immortal GU to refine an immortal GU. As long as one followed the secret language and refined the GU step by step, even a mortal GU master could refine it successfully. That was because the immortal GU refinement did not rely on the mortal GU master's power, but the power of 88-point Shenyang Tower. But as for what this immortal GU was, Fang Yuan did not know, he could only guess from the secret language. As for this GU immortal, he most likely came from Central Continent. The GU refinement method is filled with Central Continent style. Combined with my previous life's images, this inheritance should have a complete chain, and I only obtained a part of it. Fang Yuan guessed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent GU immortals schemed and used this loophole to destroy 88-point Shenyang Tower. They should have found the clues to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many GU masters set up inheritances like this, one after another, step after step. They would leave behind clues one after another. If the fated person had the ability to break through, they could inherit the complete inheritance. If they did not have the ability, they could only obtain part of the benefits. The Central Continent GU immortals should have obtained the clues to this inheritance. They did not know the secret language. Otherwise, if they could obtain an immortal GU, they would not waste it like this. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.